Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter died and was reincarnated in the Overlord world as Ainz' son with all his memories. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Prince of Bones dying is usually a pretty distinctive experience. I've done it before, so I consider myself something of an expert on the subject. There's usually a flash of green light, maybe a ghostly train station, and a conversation with an old man who speaks in riddles. It's a process. You expect a fade to black, or maybe a pearly gate if you've been particularly good, which I arguably haven't. But this? This wasn't that. There was no train station. There was no Dumbledore offering me lemon drops. There was just a sensation of heaviness, like gravity had decided to crank the dial up to 11, followed by the feeling of luxury silk against my skin. I snapped my eyes open. First thing I noticed, I wasn't wearing my glasses. Second thing, I could see perfectly. Actually, I could see better than perfectly. I could see the dust motes dancing in the air, the individual threads of the canopy above me, and the weird, dark purple energy radiating off the walls. I sat up. Or rather, I tried to sit up. My body felt weird. Light. Hollow. I looked down at my hands. Okay, I said. My voice didn't sound like me. It sounded like two grindstones having an argument in a crypt. Deep, resonant, and echoing. That's not a hand. It wasn't. It was bone. Polished, white, pristine bone. I flexed my fingers, and the skeletal joints clicked with a satisfying precision. No flesh, no skin, just magic holding the phalanges together. I looked further down. Ribcage. Exposed. Legs. Femurs. I was a skeleton. A really well-dressed skeleton, judging by the obsidian black robes draped over my frame, embroidered with gold thread that seemed to move on its own. Right, I said, swinging my bony legs off the massive bed. Reincarnated. Skeleton. Seemed to be in a tomb. Classic. I stood up. I was tall. Taller than I'd ever been in life. I caught my reflection in a massive, gilded mirror across the room. I looked like a nightmare. A skull face, empty sockets glowing with pinpoint emerald flames, my eyes, I guess, and a halo of dark energy wafting off my shoulders. I looked like the kind of monster Aurors got called in to suppress with extreme prejudice. But the weirdest part wasn't the monster look. It was the feeling inside. The panic I expected. The "oh God I'm a monster" freak out. It wasn't there. I felt calm. Coldly, logically calm. It was like my emotions were being filtered through a sieve. Every time I started to hyperventilate, a green light flashed at the edge of my vision and my heart rate, phantom heart rate, dropped back to 0. The Master of Death. That title used to be a metaphor. Now, looking at the lich in the mirror, it felt a lot more literal. The heavy mahogany doors to the room creaked open. I spun around, hand instinctively reaching for a wand that wasn't there. A figure stepped in. A massive skeleton. Bigger than me. He was wearing a dark purple robe with jagged edges, massive pauldrons that looked like dragon claws, and he held a golden staff that radiated enough magical pressure to crush a tank. His eye sockets glowed with red fire. We stared at each other. Two skeletons in a fancy bedroom. Hadrian, the big skeleton said. His voice was regal, commanding. Dad? I blurted out. I don't know why I said it. It just felt right. The word bubbled up from my soul, or whatever was keeping this pile of bones animated. This being was my creator. I knew it instantly. The memories slammed into my skull. Yggdrasil. The game. The Guild Ainz gown. I was an NPC. A custom creation made by Mamanga, the guild master. He had poured hours of coding, lore writing, and rare data crystals into making me. I was the crown prince of Nazarick. His son. The red lights in the big skeleton's eyes flared. His jaw dropped slightly. A green aura flashed around him, forcibly calming him down. You are awake, he said, stepping forward. He sounded less like a dark overlord and more like a nervous parent. The transition worked. The flavor text, it became reality. Flavor text? I asked, tilting my skull. Is that what we're calling it? I feel like I just woke up from a nap that lasted 100 years. Hadrian, he repeated, stepping closer. He reached out a hand. I took it. The bones clicked together. A weird warmth flowed between us. A connection. I am Mamanga. But, in this world, I think I shall take the name of the guild. I am Ainz. Ainz, I tested the name. Solid. A bit dramatic, but it fits the outfit. He laughed. It was a dry, rattling sound. You have your personality. I was worried. I wrote you to be adaptable. Intelligent. But seeing you move, speak, it is overwhelming. Where are we? I asked, looking around the opulent room. This wasn't Hogwarts. It wasn't London. The stone walls were carved with screaming faces. The great tomb of Nazarick, Ainz said. But Nazarick is no longer in Yggdrasil. We have been transported. To where, I do not know yet. Transported, I muttered. Another world. Of course. Because one magical world wasn't enough trouble. I walked over to the window, or what looked like a window. It was just a magical projection of a swamp. So, we're monsters. Bad guys? Ainz walked up beside me. We are the rulers of the Great Tomb. Whether we are bad depends on the perspective of those who oppose us. But Hadrian, you are my son. In this world, you are second only to me. My power is your power. I looked at him. Really looked at him. I saw the anxiety behind the red flames. He was flying blind. He was a gamer stuck in a skeleton body, just like I was a wizard stuck in, well, this. Okay, I said, clapping him on the bony shoulder. We figure it out. We survive. We make sure nobody wrecks our house. Standard procedure. Ainz nodded, seemingly relieved I wasn't having an existential crisis. Come. The floor guardians are gathering in the throne room. It is time you met your subjects. Subjects, I scoffed. I haven't even had breakfast. We don't eat, Ainz pointed out. Right. Skeleton. I keep forgetting. Walking through Nazarick was a trip. The place was massive. We walked down corridors that were wide enough to drive a bus through, lined with pillars that looked like they cost the GDP of a small country. Servants, maids with dog heads, skeletons in armor, bowed as we passed. They didn't just bow, they prostrated themselves. Foreheads to the floor. Lord Ainz. Lord Hadrian. It was unnerving. I was used to being stared at, the boy who lived crap, but this was worship. They're very enthusiastic, I whispered to Ainz. They are loyal, Ainz corrected, sounding proud. They were created by my friends. Your aunts and uncles, in a sense. My aunts and uncles were a bunch of video game nerds. Watch your tongue, Ainz chuckled. They were the supreme beings. We reached the throne room. The doors were 50 feet high. They swung open silently. Inside, lined up in two perfect rows, were monsters. Not the scary movie kind, but the high fantasy, endgame boss kind. A guy in a pinstripe suit with a tail. A small girl in a gothic Lolita dress. A boy who looked like a girl. A giant blue bug warrior breathing frost. And at the front, standing next to the empty throne, was a woman with black wings, horns, and a dress that defied physics. As we entered, they all dropped to one knee. The sound of armor clinking against stone was the only noise in the massive hall. Ainz walked to the throne of kings and sat down. He looked natural there. I stood to his right, crossing my arms. I felt their eyes on me. Analyzing. Assessing. "Raise your heads," Ainz commanded. They did. The woman with the wings, Albedo, I remembered the name from the data dump in my head, looked at Ainz with a gaze so intense it could melt steel. Then her eyes slid to me. Her expression shifted from adoration to calculating curiosity. "Guardians," Ainz boomed. "This is Hadrian Olgaun. My creation. My heir. He shares my blood, well, my mana. You will accord him the same loyalty you show me." "By your will, Lord Ainz," they shouted in unison. Albedo stepped forward. "Lord Hadrian. It is an honor to finally see you awake. Your presence, it is breathtaking. Almost as magnificent as Lord Ainz himself." I looked at her. She was beautiful, objectively, but her smile had too many teeth. "Thanks, Albedo. Try not to drool on the carpet, yeah." The guardians froze. The boy twin, Mare, looked terrified. The bug warrior, Cocytus, let out a puff of cold air. "You didn't talk to the overseer like that." Albedo blinked. Then, her smile widened. A sharp tongue. "You truly are the Supreme One's son." "I try," I said, leaning against the throne. "So, what's the sitrep? We're not in Kansas anymore. Who's on perimeter duty?" The guy in the suit, Demiurge, adjusted his glasses. "Sebastian is currently scouting the immediate surface area, my prince. The first, second, and third floors are on high alert. Shaltir Bloodfallen is patrolling the perimeters." "Good," I said. "But we need to know what we can do. I feel magic here, but it's different. Denser." I looked at Ainz. "Dad, I need to test something. My magic, it feels weird. Different from the Yggdrasil data." Ainz nodded slowly. "A wise precaution. If the laws of physics have changed, the laws of magic may have as well. We will go to the amphitheater on the 6th floor. Guardians, attend us." The 6th floor was a fake forest inside a tomb. It had a fake sky, fake wind, and a massive coliseum built in the center. It was ridiculous and awesome. We stood in the center of the arena. Ainz stood back with Albedo and Demiurge. I walked to the center. "Okay," I muttered to myself. "Let's see what happens. In my old life, I needed a wand. Here." I reached into my inventory, a pocket dimension I could access just by thinking about it, and pulled out a stick. It wasn't the Elder Wand. It was a dark, twisted piece of World Tree root I'd apparently been equipped with. The Staff of the Void. I pointed it at a dummy target set up 50 yards away. "Expelliarmus," I said. Usually, this spell is a red jet of light. A disarming charm. Nothing fancy. What came out of the staff wasn't a jet of light. It was a shockwave of red force the size of a semi-truck. The air screamed. The ground tore open in a trench leading to the dummy. When the spell hit, the dummy didn't just lose its weapon. It disintegrated. The stone wall behind it exploded into dust. I stood there, blinking. "Okay," I said loud enough for the others to hear. "That was a bit much." "Remarkable," Ainz said, his voice echoing from the stands. "That was a simple disarming spell in your lore." "Yeah. It's supposed to knock a stick out of someone's hand. Not vaporize the zip code. It appears your intent magic has translated into high-tier force damage," Demiurge noted, scribbling in a notebook he pulled out of nowhere. Fascinating. The mana consumption appeared negligible. I looked at the staff. In this world, Yggdrasil magic was rigid. Tier 1 to Tier 10. Super tier. You had slots. You had cooldowns. But I was Harry Potter. I didn't do slots. I did willpower. Let's try something else, I said. I focused. I wanted to move. I didn't want to cast fly. I wanted to be there. Crack. The sound was like a gunshot. I vanished. I reappeared instantly behind Mare, who was standing in the VIP box. Eep. Mare jumped about 3 feet in the air, clutching his staff. Apparition works, I noted. Instant transmission. No casting time. Ainz turned slowly, his red eyes flaring. Teleportation without a magic circle. Without chanting. Hadrian, that is, broken. It's handy, I corrected. I looked at the Dark Elf twins. Aura and Mare. Level 100 Guardians. Hey, kids. You guys bored? Aura, the girl twin in the red vest, grinned. Always, Lord Hadrian. You wanna play? I need to stretch, I said. Come down here. 2 on 1. Don't hold back. Lord Hadrian, Albedo interjected, looking worried. Is that wise? The Guardians are max level. Even for you, it's fine, Albedo, I said, hopping over the railing and floating down to the arena floor without a spell. Just gravity manipulation. I need to know if I can fight. If I can't beat 2 elves, I can't protect the tomb. Aura jumped down, landing lightly. Mare followed hesitantly. We won't go easy. Aura yelled, pulling out a whip that crackled with energy. Please don't die, Mare whispered, clutching his staff. Come at me, I said. Aura moved first. She was fast. Blur fast. The whip cracked, breaking the sound barrier. It was aimed at my skull. I didn't dodge. I didn't block. I just pushed. Protego. A translucent shield shimmered into existence a specific inch from my face. The whip hit it and bounced off with a spark shower. Huh. Aura blinked. My turn, I said. I pointed a finger. Stupefy. A bolt of red light shot out. Aura dodged, rolling sideways, but the bolt tracked her. She had to slap it away with her whip, skidding back. Mare. Earth surge. Aura yelled. Mare slammed his staff down. The ground beneath me erupted. Stone spikes the size of houses shot up to skewer me. I laughed. This was fun. This was amazing. I twisted in the air, my skeletal body turning into black smoke. I flowed around the spikes, reforming in the air above them. Bombarda Maxima. I thrust my hand down. A white ball of light dropped into the cluster of spikes. Boom. The explosion shook the entire floor. Dust billowed out. The spikes were gone, replaced by a crater. Aura came flying out of the dust, running up the wall of the Colosseum. She leaped at me, a beast tamer's dagger in her hand. Gotcha. She was mid-air. She couldn't dodge. I looked at her. I focused on her mind. Legilimens. I saw the attack before she made it. She was feinting left, striking right. I stepped right, catching her wrist. My skeletal hand clamped down like a vice. Too slow, I said. I threw her. Not with muscle, but with telekinesis. She flew across the arena, crashing into Mare who was trying to cast a buff. They tumbled into a heap. I landed softly. Again. Ainz clapped. The sound was lonely but loud. Enough. That is sufficient. The twins disentangled themselves. Aura looked ecstatic. That was awesome. You turned into smoke. And that shield, it didn't register as a skill. It's not a skill, I tapped my skull. It's magic. Just, raw. Ainz floated down. Your combat ability exceeds my expectations. You mix high mobility with devastating burst damage. And that, smoke form. Flight, I lied. It was actually a dark arts ability I picked up from, well, let's not dwell on Voldemort. Look, Dad. I'm strong. We're strong. We don't need to hide in a hole. Caution is vital, Ainz insisted, though he looked pleased. But you are right. We need information. Just then, a message chime rang in the air. Ainz touched his temple. Seabass, Ainz said. Report. I couldn't hear Seabass, but I saw Ainz's face, well, his skull, stiffen. Humans. Knights? Ainz paused. Killing villagers. My head snapped up. Villagers. People. I closed my eyes. I reached out with my senses. The Master of Death thing wasn't just a title. It was a radar. I could feel souls. And I felt them flickering out. About 10 kilometers away. Fear. Pain. Sudden darkness. They're dying, I said, my voice dropping an octave. The playfulness was gone. I can feel it. Ainz looked at me. Hadrian. People are being slaughtered, I said. Close by. That is unfortunate, Ainz said, sounding detached. But it might be a trap. Or a chance to test our strength against the locals. Dad, I stepped closer. The green fire in my eyes flared brighter, turning almost white. We're not letting innocent people get butchered in our backyard. We are monsters, Hadrian, Ainz reminded me gently. Their lives are negligible. We're powerful, I corrected. And the powerful protect the weak. That's the only rule that matters. Besides. I grinned, a jagged, scary expression. You wanted to test our power? What better test than a live combat exercise against hostile targets? Ainz hesitated. He looked at the Guardians. They were waiting for his word. Very well, Ainz decided. It will be a good experiment. But we go in disguise. We cannot reveal Nazarick yet. Disguise? I looked down at my ribs. I'm a skeleton, Dad. Unless you have a really good illusion spell, I'm going to struggle to blend in. Ainz waved his hand. There are items. Masks. Gauntlets. We will go as magic casters. Fine, I said. I summoned the staff of the void back to my hand. The wood felt warm. Let's go save some peasants. Albedo. Ainz commanded. Prepare the forces. Hadrian and I are going for a walk. Getting ready took 5 minutes. Ainz put on a weird mask that looked like a crying demon. I opted for a deep hood and a mask that covered the lower half of my face, leaving my glowing eyes visible but obscured by shadow magic. I looked like a cultist assassin. We teleported. Gate opened a rip in reality. We stepped out onto a grassy plain. The smell hit me instantly. Smoke. Blood. Unwashed bodies. In the distance, a village was burning. Armored men were chasing civilians. Laughing. I felt a cold rage settle in my chest. It was an old friend. The same rage I felt when I saw Umbridge. When I saw Death Eaters. Stay close, Ainz warned. Observe first. Observing, I muttered. I watched a knight corner 2 little girls. He raised his sword. Okay, observation over, I snapped. I didn't wait for Ainz. I didn't use gate. Crack. I appeared directly between the knight and the girls. The knight froze. He was staring at a figure in black robes that had just materialized out of thin air. "What the?" "Hi," I said. My voice was amplified, booming across the field. "Put the stick down." The knight sneered. "A magic caster? Die." He swung. I didn't move my staff. I just raised my hand. I caught the blade. Clang. Metal hit bone, hidden under gloves. The sword stopped dead. The vibration traveled up the knight's arm, shaking him. "Bad move," I whispered. I gripped the blade. My strength stat was ridiculous. I squeezed. The steel shattered like glass. The knight's eyes bulged. "Monster. Prince of monsters, actually," I corrected. I pointed a finger at his chest. "Depulso." The banishing charm hit him point blank. The armor caved in. The knight was launched backward at the speed of a cannonball. He flew through the air, cleared the village fence, and crashed into a barn 200 yards away. The barn collapsed. Silence fell over the immediate area. The other knights stopped killing. The villagers stopped screaming. Everyone looked at me. I turned to the two little girls behind me. They were shaking, hugging each other. "You okay?" I asked, trying to sound gentle. It's hard when your voice sounds like a tomb door slamming. The older girl nodded, terrified. Ainz stepped out of the portal behind me. He looked at the collapsed barn, then at me. "That was decisive," Ainz noted. "I hate bullies," I said. A group of knights, about 20 of them, rallied. Their leader pointed his sword at us. "Archers. Fire. Kill the sorcerers." "Dad," I said. "Can I?" Ainz crossed his arms. "Show them the power of Ainz ul Gown." I stepped forward. I raised my staff. I didn't want to use an Avada Kedavra. That was too quick. I wanted to scare them. I wanted them to know that they were nothing. "Sectum Sempra," I whispered. I slashed the staff horizontally. Invisible blades of dark magic tore through the air. The front row of knights didn't die immediately. Their armor split. Deep, slashing cuts appeared on their chests, arms, and legs. They fell, screaming, clutching their wounds. "Dragon," one of them screamed. "It's a dragon in human form." "Wrong," I said, walking toward them. I flared my aura. The sky darkened. The temperature dropped 20 degrees. Frost began to form on the burning houses. I am Hadrian. And this is my territory now. The leader of the knights, a man with a frantic look in his eyes, pulled out a crystal. "Summon. Principality of Observation." A light shone. An angel, a literal angel with wings and armor, appeared above them. It was huge. A summon. "Behold the power of God," the captain screamed. "Attack." The angel flew at me, lance leveled. I looked at it. It was a construct. Made of mana. "That's cute," I said. I holstered my staff. I waited until the angel was 10 feet away. Then I jumped. I met the angel in the air. I grabbed its lance with one hand and its throat with the other. "Dementor's kiss," I hissed. It wasn't the actual kiss. It was an absorption skill I'd found in my character sheet. Life drain. My hand glowed purple. The angel shrieked, a sound like grinding glass. Its light began to flow into me. I drank its mana. I drank its existence. In 3 seconds, the angel turned gray, then crumbled into dust. I landed in front of the captain, dusting off my hands. "Your god isn't here," I said, leaning into his face. The red light of my eyes burned through his visor. "But death is." The captain dropped his sword. He fell to his knees. Mercy. Dad, I called back over my shoulder. What do we do with the trash? Ainz walked up. He looked imposing, terrifying. Death is a mercy in Nazareth. But for now, run. Ainz cast a spell. Panic. A wave of fear magic washed over the remaining soldiers. They screamed, throwing down their weapons, and ran into the woods. I watched them go. I felt the adrenaline fading. The cold logic returned. We saved the village, I said. We revealed ourselves, Ainz countered. Partially. Worth it, I said, looking at the little girls who were staring at us with wide, worshipful eyes. One of them, the blonde one, stepped forward. Thank you, Lord. Gown, Ainz said instantly. We are magic casters of the Gown family. I'm Hadrian, I added, crouching down, which was scary for them, but I tried. This is my dad. He looks scary, but he's a softie. Ainz made a choking noise. Take this, I reached into my inventory and pulled out 2 goblin horns. Items that summoned a small goblin troop. If the bad men come back, blow these. Okay. The girl took them, trembling. Yes, Lord Hadrian. Good. I stood up. Ainz placed a hand on my shoulder. We need to leave. Gazef Stronov is approaching. The king's warrior. We shouldn't meet him yet. Right. Mystery is key. I looked at the sky. It was blue, clear. A whole new world. A world with monsters, magic, and people who needed saving. And I was an undead lich prince with a nuking spell for a disarming charm. I grinned behind my mask. Hey Dad, I said as Ainz opened the gate back to Nazareth. Yes, Hadrian. I think I'm going to like it here. Ainz looked at the fleeing soldiers, then at the villagers bowing to us, then at me. The red flames in his eyes softened. I believe, Ainz said, I will too. We stepped into the darkness. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, No more heroes, just management. The smell of burning wood is distinct. It sticks to your clothes, gets in your hair, or, in my current case, settles into the porous surface of my skull. It's a smell I associate with bad memories. Quidditch World Cup riots. The Battle of Hogwarts. Dragon roasts gone wrong. Standing in the center of Carne Village, watching the remaining fires flicker out, I realized some things don't change across dimensions. People are still terrified of power, and knights are still mostly bullies with shiny armor. Lord Gown, the village chief stammered. He was an old man, shaking so hard I thought his knees might give out. We have no gold. We have nothing to offer for your salvation. I looked down at him. I was still wearing the mask, thank Merlin, because my skull face probably wasn't the most comforting sight. Beside me, Ainz, my dad, the literal overlord of death, was standing tall, radiating a Dark Lord aura that he probably thought was majestic but was actually terrifying the locals into catatonia. We don't want your gold, I said. My voice, amplified by the mask, boomed a little too loud. I dialed it back. We just saw smoke. Decided to drop in. Consider it a pro bono work. Ainz nudged me. Hadrian. Dignity. Right. Dignity. I cleared my throat. We are travelers. Magic casters. We do not require payment from humble settlements. The chief looked like he was about to cry from relief. Oh, thank the gods. Thank you, great saviors. Please, allow us to, chief. A shout cut through the air. A young man ran up, panting. Horses. Lots of them. Approaching from the east. It's the kingdom's emblem. Panic, instant and sharp, rippled through the villagers. They had just survived a massacre by knights from the theocracy, though they didn't know the difference yet, and now more soldiers were showing up. Ainz stiffened. The kingdom. Gazef Stronov. The warrior captain? I asked. Good guy or bad guy? In Yggdrasil. A hero, Ainz muttered, his red eyes glowing behind his mask. Honorable. Strong. But in this world, we must be cautious. I'll handle the talking, I said, stepping forward. You do the ominous looming. You're good at that. I do not loom, Ainz protested, but he crossed his arms and immediately looked 10 times more intimidating. We walked to the village entrance. The villagers huddled behind us, peeking out like frightened mice. A cloud of dust heralded the arrival of the cavalry. 30 men, heavily armored, riding warhorses that looked like they could trample a car. Leading them was a man who looked like he'd been carved out of granite. Gazef Stronov. He looked tired. He had the face of a man who had seen too many battles and lost too much sleep. He pulled his horse up short, his eyes scanning the destruction, the dead bodies of the Theocracy Knights I'd blasted into orbit, and finally, us. He dismounted. He didn't draw his sword, which was a point in his favor. I am Gazef Stronov, he announced, his voice gravelly. Warrior captain of the Reincarnated kingdom. I saw the smoke. What happened here? I stepped up. I was taller than him. Being a lich has its perks. Some thugs in church armor decided to play executioner, I said, thumbing back toward the village. We intervened. They left. Gazef's eyes narrowed. He looked at the craters in the ground. He looked at the shattered armor of the knight I'd crushed with one hand. He wasn't stupid. He knew, intervened, was doing a lot of heavy lifting. You defeated the sunlight scripture? Gazef asked, shock cracking his stoic mask. By yourselves? The sunlight scripture? I tilted my head. Is that what they call themselves? Bit grandiose for a bunch of murderers. We are the Gown family, Ainz spoke up, his voice deep and smooth. I am Ainz. This is Hadrian. We are merely passing through. Gazef studied us. I could see the gears turning. 2 magic casters. Immense power. Unknown allegiance. He should arrest us or question us, but he couldn't. Not when we just saved his people. Then the kingdom owes you a debt, Gazef said, bowing slightly. You saved these people when I could not arrive in time. I thank you. Don't mention it, I said. Literally. We prefer to keep a low profile. Captain. One of Gazef's scouts yelled from the perimeter. We're surrounded. Figures in the woods. It's them. They're back. Gazef's head snapped up. The scripture. They returned. Looks like it, I said, extending my senses. I closed my eyes. The Master of Death radar pinged. Hundreds of souls. They were forming a circle around the village. Cold, fanatical intent. They weren't just soldiers, they were believers. And they were preparing high-tier magic. They're casting an anti-teleportation barrier, I noted, feeling the dimensional lock snap into place like a pair of handcuffs. Smart. They don't want anyone leaving. Gazef cursed. They're after me. This was a trap to lure me out of the capital. And now I've dragged this village into it. He turned to his men. Form up. We ride out to meet them. We will buy the villagers time to escape. Whoa, hold your hippogriffs, I said, stepping in front of him. You're going out there. There's like 100 of them. You have, what, 30 guys? I am the warrior captain, Gazef said, gripping his sword. It is my duty to die for the people. Duty is great, I said. Dying is stupid. Trust me, I've done it. It's overrated. We have no choice. Gazef snapped. If we stay, they burn the village. If we run, they catch us. I have to draw their fire. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. Sir Hadrian. Sir Ainz. Please. Take the villagers. Protect them. You are powerful. You can break the line. I looked at this man. He was a Gryffindor. Through and through. Brave, noble, and completely lacking in self-preservation instincts. I sighed. Dad? Ainz looked at me. Yes. I don't like him dying. He's got potential. And frankly, I'm not done testing my spell slots. Ainz chuckled. It was a dark, dry sound. I agree. It would be a waste of a valuable data source. And, it offends me. That they think they can trap us. I turned back to Gazef. Change of plans, Captain. You stay here. Protect the villagers. We'll go say hello to your fan club. Gazef blinked. You. But, there are dozens of magic casters out there. High-tier summons. You can't, Captain Stronov, Ainz interrupted, stepping forward. He handed Gazef a small, weird statue. Keep this safe for me. Consider it insurance. We will return shortly. Let's go, Dad, I said, cracking my knuckles, which made a very loud click-clack sound under my gloves. I want to see what happens if I cast Confringo with a tier 8 mana charge. We walked past the stunned warrior captain and out of the village gate. The open plains of Carne were beautiful in a desolate kind of way. The sun was setting, casting long shadows. And standing in those shadows were about 100 guys in robes, holding staves and looking very self-important. So, I said to Ainz as we walked. What's the play? Wipe them out instantly? Or toy with them? We need to gauge their strength, Ainz said, ever the strategist. If these are the elite of this world, we need to know what they can do. Do not kill the leader immediately. I want to question him. Got it. Leave the boss, mulch the minions. We stopped about 50 yards from the enemy line. A man stepped forward. He looked like the definition of a smug villain. Scar on his face, arrogant smirk, holding a crystal. This was Nigan Gridlewin. I expected the warrior captain, Nigan shouted. Who are you? Mercenaries? Fools looking to die. We're the janitorial staff, I yelled back. You guys left a mess earlier. We're here to take out the trash. Nigan's eye twitched. Insolence. Archers. Magic casters. Fire. Here it comes, Ainz said. Defensive spells, Hadrian. Ainz started casting. Body of effulgent barrel. Magic shield. Greater resistance. Fly. Bless of magic caster. Infinity wall. He kept going. He was stacking buffs like he was preparing for a raid boss. I just stood there. Hadrian? Ainz asked, pausing his 20th buff. Aren't you going to prepare? I raised my left hand. I focused on the air in front of me. I didn't use a spell slot. I used intent. I imagined a wall. A wall that nothing could pass. Protego horribilis. A shimmering, semi-transparent dome snapped into existence around us. I'm good, I said. The scripture unleashed hell. Arrows, fireballs, lightning bolts, and summoned wind blades rained down on us. It was a light show. It looked impressive. It hit my shield and fizzled. The fireballs splashed like water. The arrows shattered. The lightning grounded itself harmlessly. I yawned. Is that it? That's barely a fourth-year dueling club level. The smoke cleared. We were standing there, untouched. Ainz was glowing like a Christmas tree from all his buffs. I was just leaning on my staff. Nigan looked confused. Impossible. That barrage, it should have leveled a fortress. My turn, Ainz said. Create high-tier undead. Ainz waved his hand. The ground split. A massive, rotting knight with a tower shield crawled out of the earth. A death knight. Level 35. In Yggdrasil, it was trash. Here. It roared, and the air shook. Go, Ainz commanded. Kill them. The Death Knight charged. It was a slaughter. The scripture soldiers tried to fight back, but their swords bounced off the Death Knight's armor. It swung its sword and cleaved 3 men in half. That's efficient, I commented. But a bit messy. It creates fear, Ainz said calmly. Fear yields information. True. But let me show you how we do crowd control at Hogwarts. I stepped out of the shield. Hey! I shouted at a group of casters on the left flank who were trying to bind the Death Knight. Look at me. They turned. I pointed my staff. Bombarda. I pushed a little more mana into it than usual. Just a smidge. The spell shot out as a white comet. It hit the center of their formation. Boom. It wasn't an explosion. It was an erasure. The ground erupted in a geyser of dirt and stone. The shockwave knocked me back a step. When the dust settled, there was a crater 30 feet wide. The casters were gone. Just, gone. Whoops, I muttered. Tier scaling. Gotta remember the tier scaling. Nigan was screaming now. Summon. Summon the angels. Principality of Peace. Archangel Flame. Dozens of angels appeared. Glowing figures with wings. They flew at us. I'll handle the pigeons, I told Ainz. I didn't use a spell this time. I used transfiguration. I slammed my hand onto the ground. Pyre totem locomotor. Wake up, I whispered to the earth. The soil rumbled. Massive shapes rose up. Not undead. Constructs. I pulled the iron and stone from the ground and twisted it. 3 massive stone lions, each the size of a tank, shook the dirt off their manes. Sick, I ordered. The stone lions roared, a sound of grinding rock, and leaped into the air. They were heavy, but magic made them fast. One lion caught an angel in its jaws. Crunch. The angel dissolved into light. The other lion swatted the angels out of the sky like flies. Transfiguration applied to golems. Ainz watched, fascinated. You are bypassing the summoning limit by animating the environment. Hadrian, that is genius. It's just statues, Dad. McGonagall would be proud. Nigan was backing away. His men were dying. The Death Knight was unstoppable. My stone lions were eating his air support. No. Nigan clutched a crystal in his hand. I will not fail. The theocracy is absolute. I summon the highest angel. The Watcher. He crushed the crystal. The sky cracked. Clouds swirled. A beam of golden light slammed into the battlefield, vaporizing one of my lions instantly. A massive figure descended. It looked like a wheel of eyes and wings, radiating holy power. Dominion authority, Ainz identified it instantly. A 7th tier summon. Impressive for this world. Behold. Nigan laughed maniacally. This is the angel that destroyed a demon god 200 years ago. Die, monsters. The Dominion authority gathered light. A massive spell. Holy Smite. A pillar of blue-white energy crashed down on Ainz. Dad! I yelled, instinctively reaching out. The light engulfed him. Nigan cheered. Dust. He is dust. The light faded. Ainz was standing there. He brushed a speck of dirt off his shoulder. That hurt, Ainz said. A little. About as much as a paper cut. I believe I took, maybe 5 points of damage. Nigan's face melted from triumph to absolute horror. 5 points. Is that the best you have? Ainz asked, sounding bored. I am immune to high-tier holy magic due to my gear, but still. Disappointing. I walked up next to Ainz. I looked at the floating wheel of eyes. You tried to nuke my dad, I said softly. The amusement was gone. The calm analysis was gone. I felt the cold creeping up my spine. The Master of Death didn't like it when people tried to break his toys. Or his family. Hadrian, Ainz warned. Do not destroy it yet. I want to test. No, I said. I looked at the Dominion Authority. It's annoying, I said. I dropped my staff. I didn't need it for this. I held out both hands. I focused on the angel. I focused on the mana holding it together. It was a construct of light and faith. Let's see what you look like on the inside, I whispered. I grabbed the air and pulled. Telekinesis. But not just moving an object. I was gripping the space the angel occupied. The Dominion Authority shrieked. It was a sound that vibrated in your teeth. Accio angel, I snarled. I yanked my hands down. The massive angel was dragged out of the sky. It crashed into the dirt with the force of a meteorite. It tried to rise, its wings beating frantically. I walked over to it. I jumped onto its central eye. Get off. It didn't speak, but the intent was there. It flared with holy fire. My robes smoked, but I didn't care. I reached down. My skeletal fingers dug into the glowing carapace of the construct. Defindo, I said. But I visualized a chainsaw. My hand glowed with purple, jagged energy. I slashed down. I ripped the angel open. Light spilled out like blood. Viscous, liquid light. I tore through the magical lattice holding it together. I found the core, a pulsing knot of mana. Mine, I said. I crushed the core. The Dominion Authority exploded. Not into fire, but into glass. Millions of shards of holy glass rained down on the battlefield, tinkling musically as they hit the blood-soaked earth. I stood amidst the glittering rain, breathing heavily. My mana was buzzing. It felt good. I looked up. Nigan was on his knees. He was staring at me like I was the devil himself. You. He whimpered. You killed the Dominion Authority with your hands. I took it apart, I corrected, stepping off the remains of the angel. It was poorly made. Ainz walked up, clapping slowly. Brutal. Physical. And you absorbed the residual mana again? Yeah, I shook my hand, shedding the excess energy. It tastes like lemons. Weirdly. The rest of the sunlight scripture had surrendered. Or rather, they were huddled in a ball crying while the death night loomed over them. So, I said, walking up to Nigan. I squatted down so I was eye level with him. You're the boss, right? Nigan couldn't speak. He just nodded. Great. Here's how this works. You're going to tell us everything about the slain theocracy. Who sent you, why you're killing villagers, and where you got that crystal. And if I don't? Nigan tried to muster some bravado. I tapped my mask. Then I introduce you to a little friend of mine called the Dementor. Or, since I can't summon those here, I'll just let my dad cast black hole on your legs. Slowly. Nigan looked at Ainz. Ainz flared his aura. A shadow of a grim reaper appeared behind him. I'll talk. Nigan shrieked. I'll tell you everything. Good choice, I said, standing up. Ainz cast a spell, freezing Nigan and his surviving lieutenants in blocks of ice, non-lethal, mostly. "We are done here," Ainz said. "The village is safe." "Not yet," I said. I looked at the sky. It was dark now. The stars were out. "We need to send a message," I said. "Something that says, hands off. A flag?" Ainz suggested. "No. Flags burn. I want something they can see from miles away." I raised my staff again. I pointed it at the clouds directly above the village. "More Smordra." The spell shot up. But I tweaked the visual. I didn't want the snake and skull. That was Voldemort's brand. I wanted our brand. Green sparks exploded in the sky. They swirled, coalescing into a massive, glittering image. The symbol of Ainz ul Gown. The golden emblem, wreathed in emerald fire, hung in the night sky like a neon sign. "Wow," Ainz breathed. "That brings back memories." "It's a territorial claim," I said. "Anyone who marches on this village sees that. They know it's protected by the sorcerer." We turned back to the village. Gazef was riding out to meet us, his face a mixture of relief and absolute terror. He stopped his horse and looked at the carnage. The shattered angel. The cratered earth. The frozen enemies. "You." Gazef swallowed hard. "You did this? Just the two of you?" "We had some help," I pointed to the Death Knight, who was currently kicking a rock. "Big guy over there did the heavy lifting." Gazef dismounted and walked up to us. He knelt. "I have no words," he said. "You saved me. You saved the king's subjects. If there is ever anything the kingdom can do, just remember the name," Ainz said, his voice echoing. "Ainz ul Gown. And Hadrian," I added. "Don't forget the H. "I won't," Gazef promised. Will you come to the capital? The king would want to reward you." "Maybe later," I said. "We have stuff to do. Administrative work. You know how it is." "I suppose." Gazef looked confused. "Take the prisoners," Ainz commanded, pointing to the frozen scripture members. "Actually, no. We will take them. They have information we require." Gazef hesitated. "They are criminals of the kingdom's territory." "They attacked me," I said, stepping closer. "That makes them mine. Unless you want to fight us for them." Gazef looked at the shattered angel glass on the ground. "No. No, I do not." "Smart man." Ainz opened a gate. It swirled with dark energy. The Death Knight grabbed the frozen blocks of Nigan and his men and threw them through the portal. "We're leaving," Ainz said. "Gazef Stronov. You are a warrior of honor. Do not die foolishly." "I will try not to," Gazef said. We stepped into the portal. The transition was instant. The smell of burning wood was replaced by the clean, sterile air of the throne room. Albedo was waiting. She looked frantic. "Lord Ainz. Lord Hadrian. You returned. Are you hurt? Did the insects dare to scratch you?" She was all over Ainz, checking him for damage. "I am fine, Albedo," Ainz said, gently pushing her away. The mission was a success. "Success is an understatement," I said, pulling off my mask. I rubbed my face, my skull. "We wrecked them. And we got intel." Demiurge stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. "The prisoners have been taken to the torture." "Ah, the information extraction chamber, my lords. Shall I begin?" "Go easy on them," I said. "I want to know about this theocracy. I want to know about their gods. And I want to know why they have world items." Ainz froze. "World items? You think they had one?" "The crystal Nigan used," I said. It felt like distinct magic. Not just a spell. It felt like a rule breaker. If they have more of those, we need to be careful. Agreed, Ainz nodded seriously. This world is dangerous. It's fun though, I said, leaning against a pillar. Ainz looked at me. You enjoyed the slaughter? No, I said honestly. I enjoyed the protecting. There's a difference. Killing bad guys to save little girls. That's the job, Dad. That's the family business now. Ainz looked at the floor guardians. They were all looking at us with awe. The family business, Ainz repeated. He sounded like he was testing the words. Sorcery and protection. And world domination, Demiurge added helpfully. We'll work on the branding, I said. But for now. I'm exhausted. Mana burnout is a real thing, even for skeletons. Rest, my son, Ainz said. Tomorrow, we analyze the data. And then. Then we decide how to conquer this world, Ainz said. Or at least, how to keep it from annoying us. I laughed. Sounds like a plan. I walked out of the throne room, heading for my quarters. I needed to think. I needed to figure out how to combine Hogwarts curriculum with Yggdrasil mechanics. Because if I was going to be the Prince of Nazarick, I wasn't going to be just another monster. I was going to be the monster that monsters had nightmares about. And maybe, just maybe, I could fix this broken world while I was at it. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The adventure called Evans, Being a Skeleton has its perks. No need to sleep, breathe, or eat. You're immune to poison, exhaustion, and the existential dread of male pattern baldness. But there are downsides. Specifically, the fact that if you walk into a human city looking like a Halloween decoration, the local guards tend to poke you with pointy sticks until you leave or die. Ainz, my dad, the supreme overlord of the great tomb of Nazarick, had a plan for that. Illusion magic, Ainz said, holding up a small, unassuming ring. It masks your true form. To the outside world, you will appear human. To us, you remain, well, you. We were standing in the treasury, surrounded by mountains of gold that would make a goblin faint. I took the ring. It was cold, silver, and etched with runes that hurt my eyes if I stared too long. So, I put this on, and I get skin? I asked, sliding it onto my bony finger. There was a shimmer in the air. I looked in the mirror. The skeleton was gone. In its place stood a young man, maybe 20 years old. Messy black hair that refused to lay flat, piercing green eyes that still held a faint, unnatural luminescence, and a sharp, aristocratic face that looked suspiciously like a younger, healthier version of Tom Riddle mixed with my old self. I was tall, lean, and pale. Handsome, I commented, turning my head. The illusion moved perfectly. But can I touch things? Do I have tactical feedback? The ring projects a tactile barrier, Ainz explained, adjusting his own massive dark armor. He wasn't going as a mage. He was going as a warrior. Mammon, the dark hero. If someone touches you, they feel flesh. If you eat, the food vanishes into your inventory. It is convenient. Convenient, I repeated. Right. And my companion? Ainz gestured to the side. Narbro Gamma. She is a doppelganger. Her human form is natural, not an illusion. She will act as your partner. Narbro stepped forward. She was stunning, in a terrifying, I will step on you kind of way. Ponytail, sharp eyes, made outfit swapped for a rugged adventurer's robe. Lord Hadrian, she bowed deeply. It is the highest honor to accompany you. I shall ensure no filth contaminates your personal space. Nabe, I said, pointing a finger at her. Rule number 1, stop calling humans filth, insects, or slugs while we're in the city. We're undercover. If you call the innkeeper a lower life form, we're going to have a bad time. Narbro looked pained. But, they are insects, my lord. It is a biological fact. It's a diplomatic nightmare, I corrected. You're Nabe. Just Nabe. I'm Evans. We are adventurers. We need money, fame, and information. We do not need a holy war because you vaporized a drunk guy for bumping into me. Capiche? Capiche, she repeated slowly, testing the foreign word. I understand. I will refrain from vaporizing the locals. Unless they threaten you. Then I will burn them to ash. Compromise accepted, I sighed. Dad, you ready? Ainz, now fully encased in obsidian armor with a red cape, nodded. He looked like a tank. I will be operating separately with Albedo, on a different route initially to test the guild reception. We meet at the inn. Let's go get famous, I said. Irantal was a fortress city, and it smelled like one. The moment Nabe and I walked through the massive stone gates, the assault on my senses was immediate. It smelled of unwashed bodies, roasting meat, horse manure, and iron. It was loud. Merchants shouting, guards marching, wheels clattering on cobblestones. It was alive. After the sterile silence of Nazareth, the chaos was intoxicating. I walked with a confident stride, my black robes billowing slightly, a little dramatic flair I added with a permanent Ventus charm. Nabe walked a step behind me, her eyes darting around like a predator looking for a reason to bite. Relax, I whispered to her as we passed a fruit stall. Stop looking at the apple seller like you want to dissect him. He is staring at you, Lord. Evans, she hissed. It is disrespectful. He's staring because I'm walking like I own the place, I said. It's called charisma. Now, come on. We need the Adventurers Guild. The guild hall was a massive timber and stone building that looked exactly like every fantasy tavern I'd ever read about. We pushed the doors open. The noise died down instantly. It's a cliché, but it happens. The new guys walk in. Everyone stops drinking to size them up. I scanned the room. Rough tables, waitresses carrying way too many mugs, and a lot of armed men and women with scars. I walked straight to the counter. The receptionist, a tired-looking woman with glasses, looked up. Registration? She asked, bored. 2, I said, leaning on the counter. Evans. And Nabe. Magic caster and magic swordsman. Copper plate fee is 2 silver, she droned. I slapped a gold coin on the counter. It was a Yggdrasil coin, heavy and intricate. The room went quiet again. We don't have change for this, she said, eyeing the coin suspiciously. Foreign currency. From a faraway land, I smiled. Keep the change. Put it toward our tab. We're thirsty. Behind me, a chair scraped. Here we go. The obligatory hazing ritual. A man stood up. He was big, ugly, and had a metal plate around his neck that gleamed silver. He had the kind of face that stopped a door. Hey, pretty boy, he grunted, walking over. You think you can just buy your way in here? This is a place for warriors, not rich kids playing hero. Nabe's hand twitched toward the sword at her hip. The air around her began to crackle with static electricity. I held up a hand, stopping her. I turned slowly to face the guy. He smelled like stale beer and bad decisions. I'm sorry, I said, my voice polite but carrying across the silent room. I didn't catch your name. Igvar, he sneered. And I don't like your face. It's too clean. He reached out to grab my collar. I didn't block. I didn't dodge. I just looked him in the eyes and pushed with my mind. Confundo. It wasn't a visible spell. It was a mental hammer. Igvar blinked. His hand stopped inches from my chest. His aggression evaporated, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming confusion. He looked at his hand, then at me, then at the ceiling. Wait. Did I leave the stove on? He muttered. You look tired, Igvar, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You've been working too hard. Fighting monsters, protecting the city. It takes a toll, doesn't it? Yeah. Igvar's eyes glazed over. Yeah, it does. My back kills me. You should sit down, I suggested warmly. Have a drink. On me. Actually, rounds for everyone. To celebrate Igvar's hard work. I tossed another gold coin to a passing waitress. For a second, nobody moved. Then, the logic of free alcohol overrode the confusion. Yeah. Cheers to Igvar, someone shouted. Thanks, stranger. The tension broke. Igvar wandered back to his seat, looking like he'd just woken up from a nap. Nabe leaned in, her voice a whisper of pure confusion. My lord, you did not kill him. He touched you. The penalty for touching the supreme heir is death. Nabe, I whispered back, picking up a tankard of ale the waitress slid to me. If you kill a dog for barking, you're a monster. If you give him a bone, he guards your house. We're not here to kill ants. We're here to rule the anthill. You do that by being loved, or feared. Loved is cheaper. I see, she didn't look convinced. Your wisdom is unfathomable. Sure. Let's go with that. We got our copper plates. The lowest rank. Total noobs. First job, I said, scanning the request board. Slay goblins. Boring. Escort duty. Too slow. Here we go. I pulled a parchment down. Request, investigate the West Sewers. Reports of unknown roars and missing maintenance workers. Reward, 5 silver. Sewers, Nabe wrinkled her nose. My lord, surely we can burn down a forest instead. Why must we traverse the waste tunnels of humans? Because nobody else wants to do it, I said. Which means nobody will be watching when I decide to use high-tier magic to skip the boring parts. Come on, Nabe. Put your boots on. The sewers of Irantal were exactly as disgusting as you'd imagine. It was dark, damp, and smelled like a potion gone wrong. We walked along the narrow stone walkways, the sludge flowing beside us. I cast a lumos, but silent, holding the ball of light in my palm like a flashlight. This is humiliating, Nabe muttered, kicking a rat that got too close. The rat exploded into red mist. Control your strength, I warned. If you collapse the tunnel, we have to dig our way out. And I'm wearing my good robes. I sense hostility, Nabe said, her demeanor shifting instantly. Not rats. Something, undead. I felt it too. The Master of Death radar pinged. Ahead, I said. Around the corner. Multiple signatures. Low tier, but hungry. We rounded the bend. Blocking the tunnel was a mass of rotting flesh. Zombies. But not the slow, shuffling kind. These were bloated, fused together by some foul magic. And behind them, a larger shadow loomed. Intruders. The shadow hissed. It was a skeletal figure in tattered robes. A low-level lich? No, an elder lich. Leave this place, the lich rasped. The master commands it. The master? I stepped forward. And who might that be? I'm looking for a guy named Cagiet. Or maybe Clementine. Ring any bells? The lich screeched. Die. It raised a staff. Fireball. A ball of flame roared down the tunnel. Nabe stepped in front of me. She didn't cast a spell. She just backhanded the air. The force of her physical swing created a vacuum that snuffed the fire out instantly. Pathetic, she spat. Nabe, don't, too late. She drew her sword. Lightning. She channeled the spell through the blade. A jagged bolt of blue-white electricity shot down the tunnel. It hit the water. Not the water. I yelled. Zap. The electricity conducted through the sewage, arcing to every wet surface in the tunnel. The zombies fried instantly. The Elder Lich spasmed as the voltage hit him. But the problem was the conduction. The lightning arched back toward us. Protego duo. I snapped a shield up. The electricity washed over it, crackling angrily. Sorry, Nabe said, not sounding sorry at all. The insects are dead. And you almost electrified us, I sighed, dropping the shield. Next time, aim for the head, not the puddle. We walked over the charred remains. The Elder Lich was still twitching. I stepped on its skull. Who is your master? I asked, applying pressure. Zuranon. The Lich hissed. The death spiral begins. Crunch. Zuranon, I mused. Cultists. Why is it always cultists? Can't it ever be a disgruntled tax collector? Halt. A voice echoed from the darkness ahead. I looked up. Standing on a raised platform at the intersection of the sewers were three figures. A woman with blonde hair in a heavy suit of armor carrying a massive, dark sword. A small figure in a red cloak and a mask. And a muscular woman with war hammers. Blue roses. The Adamantite Adventure Team. Step away from the undead, the blonde woman commanded, leveling her sword at me. Her blade radiated a dark, violet aura that felt weirdly familiar. Relax, I said, holding up my hands, which were empty. My staff was in my inventory. We're the cleaning crew. Copper plates. Just doing a job. Copper plates. The small one in the mask, Evil Eye, spoke up. Her voice was suspicious. A copper plate does not generate enough magical pressure to fry an Elder Lich instantly. Who are you? I'm Evans, I said. This is Nabe. We're talented amateurs. The blonde woman jumped down. She moved with grace, despite the heavy armor. She was Lokyu's Alvian Dale Aindra. The leader. And she was glaring at me. That Lich was a servant of Zuranon, Lokyu said. We have been tracking it for 3 days. You just destroyed our lead. I saved you the trouble, I corrected. He said something about a death spiral before his head caved in. Does that help? Lokyu stiffened. The death spiral? Are you sure? Pretty sure. He was very chatty for a corpse. Lokyu's exchanged a look with Evil Eye. If Zuranon is planning a ritual in Irantal, this is catastrophic. She turned back to me, her eyes narrowing. She looked at Nabe, then back to me. You aren't normal adventurers. I can feel it. My sword. She gripped the handle of the demonic sword, Kilaniram. The purple aura flared. My sword is resonating, she whispered. It reacts to dark energy. Immense dark energy. She pointed the blade at my chest. What are you? A demon? A necromancer? Nabe growled. You dare point that scrap metal at him? Easy, Nabe, I said. My voice dropped a little, losing the friendly adventurer lilt. Lady Lokyu's. Your sword is cursed. I can feel it too. It's hungry. It wants to consume. I took a step toward her. The other 2 members of Blue Roses tensed up. Stay back. Evil Eye warned, her hands glowing with magic. I ignored her. I walked right up to the tip of Lokyu's sword. You're fighting it, I said softly, looking at Lokyu's. Every second of every day. The sword whispers to you. It tells you to kill. To let go. Lokyu's eyes widened. How do you know that? Because I know what it's like to hold death in your hand, I said. I raised my hand and touched the flat of her blade. I didn't use a spell. I used the hollow. The emptiness that came with being the master of death. I pushed my aura into the sword. The sword shrieked. It wasn't a sound, it was a psychic vibration. The purple aura on the blade flared violently, then was crushed by a wave of emerald green suppression. The sword went silent. The heaviness in the air vanished. Lockhughes gasped, nearly dropping the weapon. It stopped. The voices. They stopped. Just for a moment, I said, pulling my hand back. It's a temporary fix. You have a strong will, keeping that thing on a leash. I respect that. I stepped back, giving her space. Now, I smiled, the friendly mask back in place. We're going to finish sweeping this tunnel. If you want to tag along, feel free. If not, try not to trip over the zombies. I walked past her. Nabe followed, shooting a glare at Evil Eye that promised violence. Behind me, Lockhughes stood frozen, staring at her silent sword, then at my retreating back. Lockhughes? Evil Eye asked. Are you okay? Should we kill them? No, Lockhughes breathed. Her cheeks were flushed. He silenced Kilinirim. Did you see his eyes? They were sad. He's dangerous, Evil Eye warned. I know, Lockhughes sheathed her sword. I want to know more. We cleared the sewers. It was mostly mop-up work after that. We found a few more zombie clusters, but nothing Nabe couldn't handle with a bored wave of her hand, and strict instructions not to use lightning. When we emerged back onto the surface, the sun was setting. The city was bathed in orange light. We smelled terrible. Cleaning charm, I muttered. Scourgify. The muck vanished from our clothes. Nabe looked relieved. We need to report back to the guild, I said. Get our reward. Buy some real food. I want to see if this world has discovered the glory of pizza. We walked back toward the plaza. As we passed an alleyway, I stopped. My lord. Nabe paused. We're being watched, I said quietly. I didn't turn my head. I looked into the reflection of a shop window. On the rooftop across the street, crouched like a gargoyle, was a woman. She wore a strange, mismatched set of armor that looked like a bikini made of metal plates. Her hair was short and blonde. She was smiling. A wide, predatory grin that stretched too far across her face. Clementine. She was twirling a stiletto dagger in her fingers. She was watching us. Specifically, she was watching Nabe. Strong. I heard the whisper on the wind. My heightened hearing picked it up. So strong, pretty metals. She didn't attack. She slipped into the shadows and vanished. A bug? Nabe asked, sensing my focus. A spider, I corrected. A very poisonous one. Keep your guard up, Nabe. The game is starting. We continued to the guild. Inside, the atmosphere was different. When we walked in, people looked. Not with hostility this time, but with curiosity. Word spreads fast. The two coppers, who walked into the sewers and came out smelling like lavender. We turned in the quest. The receptionist looked surprised we were alive. Here is your reward, she handed over 5 silver coins. It was pocket change, but it felt earned. And Blue Roses left a message for you. She handed me a folded note. I opened it. Elegant handwriting. To Evans, we need to talk about what happened down there. Meet us at the Golden Pavilion tonight. Don't be late, Lockhughes. I smirked. Looks like we have a date. A trap? Nabe suggested hopefully. Maybe. But Lockhughes isn't the type. She's lawful good. Annoyingly so. But she's our ticket to the higher-ups. I pocketed the note. Come on. Let's go see what the Princess of the Blue Roses wants. The Golden Pavilion was a high-end restaurant. The kind of place where they charge you for the napkins. We walked in. The maitre d' took one look at our copper plates and opened his mouth to kick us out. I held up the note with the Blue Roses seal. His mouth snapped shut. Right this way, sir. He led us to a private balcony. L'Accuse was there, alone this time. She had changed out of her armor into a white dress that looked simple but probably cost more than the village I saved yesterday. Her sword, however, was leaning against the table. She never went anywhere without it. You came, she said, gesturing to the chair opposite her. Free food, I shrugged, sitting down. Nabe stood behind me, refusing to sit. I'm a simple man. You are anything but simple, Evans. L'Accuse poured 2 glasses of wine. I looked you up. You don't exist. No records. Just appeared in the city today. I'm from the boonies, I lied smoothly. My village didn't believe in paperwork. L'Accuse studied me. Her eyes were intense. My sword. Kilinirim. It's one of the 4 treasures of the kingdom. It carries the malice of a demon. It drains the sanity of anyone who wields it. I have trained since I was a child to resist it. She leaned forward. You silenced it with a touch. Who are you really? I took a sip of the wine. It was fruity, a bit sour. I told you. I'm Evans. Don't lie to me, she said, but there was no anger. Just curiosity. And, attraction. Are you a dragon lord in disguise? A godkin? I'm just a guy who knows darkness, I said. Look, L'Accuse. You're worried about the death spiral. Zuranon. The cult. Yes, she admitted. If they succeed, Irantal will become a city of the dead. We need allies. Strong ones. I don't care about your past. I care about your strength. You want to hire me? I want to partner with you, she corrected. Blue roses can't be everywhere. We suspect there is a mastermind in the city. A woman named Clementine. And a necromancer named Cagiat. Clementine, I rolled the name around. Crazy lady. Like stabbing things. You've seen her. Briefly. On a roof. She looked, enthusiastic. L'Accuse gripped the table. She is a monster. She used to be part of the Black Scripture. She hunts adventurers for sport. She steals their plates as trophies. And she's here, I finished. Hunting. Yes. She will target the strongest first. Or, the most promising. She looked at me. You are in danger, Evans. You and your partner. Clementine loves new toys. I laughed. It was a cold sound. Let her come, I said. I could use a new dagger. L'Accuse blinked. You're arrogant. I'm confident. Prove it, she stood up. Spar with me. Right now. In the courtyard. Here. Now. Yes. If you can last 3 minutes against me, I'll trust you. And I'll share all our intel on Zuranon. I stood up. You're on. But if I win? If you win? I leaned in closer. You owe me a dance. A real one. None of this stiff noble nonsense. L'Accuse blushed crimson. A deal. We went to the courtyard. It was empty, illuminated by magical lamps. L'Accuse drew Kilinirim. The dark energy flooded the yard. She didn't hold back. Ready? She asked. Always. She charged. She was fast. Much faster than the sunlight scripture knights. Her sword was a blur of shadow. I didn't draw a weapon. I used magic. Protego. Her sword bounced off the shield. She spun, using the momentum to strike from the left. Depulso. I pushed the air. She braced, sliding back, her boots carving grooves in the stone. Magic caster, she grinned. You have good reflexes. I dabble. She came again. Shadow blade. Darkness extended from her sword, reaching for me like tentacles. I sidestepped. Lumos Maxima. A flash of blinding light erupted from my hand. It blinded her for a split second. I moved. Apparition. I appeared behind her. I didn't attack. I just wrapped my arm around her waist and trapped her sword arm with my other hand. Gotcha, I whispered in her ear. She froze. I had her. If I had a knife, she'd be dead. For a second, we stood there. Her back against my chest. The smell of lilacs and steel. My heart wasn't beating, but the illusion made it feel like it was. She dropped her sword. You win, she breathed. I let her go. She spun around, eyes wide, breathing hard. Teleportation, she said. Short range. Instant. No incantation. You really are. A mystery, I finished for her. I picked up her sword. It was heavy. It buzzed against my skin, trying to bite me. I pushed my mana into it, and it whimpered into silence. I handed it back to her hilt first. Keep a tight grip on that, I said. And remember. Darkness isn't evil. It's just, heavy. You have to be strong enough to carry it. Locuse took the sword. She looked at me with a mix of awe and something deeper. Who are you, Evans? She asked softly. Just a traveler, I said. Who owes you a dance later? I turned to leave. Nabe was waiting by the door, looking bored. We have work to do, Nabe, I said. We have a crazy lady to catch. As we walked out into the night, I felt the gaze of the city on me. The pieces were moving. Cagiet. Clementine. The death spiral. And in the shadows of an alleyway 3 streets down, a pair of eyes watched Nabe and me. Evans. Clementine giggled, licking her knife. What a cute name for a corpse. I smiled. The Master of Death was ready to play. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpentine. Which there's a specific kind of silence that falls over a place right before everything goes to hell. It's not a peaceful silence. It's the kind of heavy, suffocating quiet you get when the air pressure drops and the sky turns that bruised purple color before a tornado touches down. I was standing in the middle of the Bear potion shop, and it was very, very quiet. The shop was a wreck. Potions were smashed on the floor, the liquid hissing as it ate through the wood. Furniture was overturned. It looked like a troll had tried to do ballet in here. Lizzie Bear, the old woman who ran the place and Fyria's grandmother, was standing by the counter. She wasn't crying. She was shaking, but her eyes were hard. She was holding a cleaver. They took him, she said. Her voice was like dry leaves scraping on pavement. They took my grandson. I looked at the destruction. I could smell it. Not just the chemical tang of the potions, but the underlying scent of malice. It was distinct. It smelled like copper and rot. Clementine, I said. The name tasted sour. And the necromancer, Lizzie added. Cagiet. They want the boy. They want his talent. He can use any magic item, even the forbidden ones. I looked at Nabe. She was standing by the door, her hand resting on her sword hilt. She looked bored, but I knew her better now. That little twitch in her left eyebrow meant she was furious. To the denizens of Nazarick, stealing something that belonged to the Sorcerer King, or his future subjects, was a capital offense. Nabe, I said. Tracking. Already done, Evans, she said, slipping into our cover names. The trail leads to the cemetery. There is a massive concentration of negative energy gathering there. It is disgusting. Like a festering wound. The cemetery, I sighed, rubbing my temples. Of course. It's always a cemetery. Why can't evil cultists ever set up shop in a nice bakery? I'd kill for a croissant right now. Lizzie slammed the cleaver into the counter. Thwack. My grandson is going to die, she snapped. And you're making jokes. I stopped rubbing my temples. I turned to look at her. I let a little bit of the illusion slip, not visually, but emotionally. I let the cold, empty pressure of the Master of Death leak out. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees instantly. The spilled potions on the floor froze into colorful ice. I make jokes because if I don't, I start breaking things, I said softly. And I don't mean furniture. I mean continents. Lizzie flinched, stepping back. The fear in her eyes was primal. I am going to get him back, I promised, reeling the aura back in. Consider it part of the service. No extra charge. Why? She whispered. Why would you go that far for us? Because Nfiria is a nice kid, I said, walking to the door. And because nobody touches my friends. I looked at Nabe. Let's go. Tonight is going to be loud. The Erantal cemetery was huge. It was a city of the dead surrounded by a massive wall. Usually, it was guarded. Tonight, the guards were dead. We walked through the main gate. The fog was thick, swirling around our ankles like eager ghosts. Undead, Nabe noted, pointing ahead. The ground was churning. Hands, rotting, skeletal, some fresh, were clawing their way out of the dirt. Zombies. Skeletons. Ghouls. It wasn't just a few. It was an army. The death spiral, I muttered. Khajiit is trying to turn the whole city into a necrotic battery. If he kills enough people here, the negative energy creates a feedback loop. Infinite undead. Cute. Shall I incinerate them? Nabe asked, her hand glowing with lightning. Save your mana, I said. These are low-tier trash. Ignore them. We kept walking. A group of zombies shambled toward us, groaning. Brains. One of them gurgled. Classic. I didn't slow down. I just pushed my intent outward. Repello muggletum. Well, technically repello undeadum in this context. I projected a barrier of pure aversion. The moment the zombies entered a 10-foot radius around me, they stopped. They looked confused. Then, they turned around and walked away. Get out of the way, I said. The sea of rotting bodies parted. We walked through the horde like Moses through the Red Sea. They couldn't touch us. My necromantic authority was higher than whatever Khajiit was using. To them, I wasn't food. I was a natural disaster they instinctively wanted to avoid. We reached the center of the cemetery. There was a large open plaza used for funeral rites. Now, it was a stage for a ritual. In the center stood a man in dark crimson robes. He was bald, pale, and had the kind of face that screamed, "I put kittens in blenders for science." Khajiit Dale Badantal. And next to him, sitting on a tombstone and kicking her legs like a bored teenager, was Clementine. She was wearing that ridiculous scale bikini armor and a cloak made of what looked like flayed skin. Nfiria was lying at her feet, unconscious, wearing a strange crown of twisted crystal. Company. Clementine chirped, hopping off the tombstone. Khajiit, look. It's the pretty boy from the alley. And his bitch. Nabe drew her sword so fast the metal sang. I will cut your tongue out, worm. Now, Khajiit raised a hand. He was holding a black orb. Let's be civil. You have walked into the heart of Zuranon's great work. You should feel honored to die here. I'm feeling a lot of things, I said, stepping forward. Honored isn't top of the list. Annoyed is climbing the charts though. I looked at Nfiria. He was breathing, but shallowly. The crown on his head was pulsing. The crown of wisdom, I noted. A sentient magic item. You're forcing him to wear it to control the ritual. He has the talent. Khajiit shouted, spreading his arms. With this, I will become an elder lich. I will transcend death. I will rule this city. You want to become a lich? I laughed. It was a genuine, belly laugh. Buddy, you have no idea what you're signing up for. The skin issues alone are a nightmare. And don't get me started on the lack of taste buds. Khajiit's face twisted. You mock me. Do you know who I am? I am one of the 12 executives of Zuranon. I don't care, I said. Hand over the kid. And maybe I won't turn your bones into wind chimes. Kill them, Khajiit ordered. Rise. My pets. He slammed his staff down. The ground exploded. Two massive shapes erupted from the earth. They were huge, easily 30 feet long. Dragons. But not flesh and blood. They were made of bone, fused together with dark magic, leaking purple miasma. Skeletal dragons. Khajiit screamed in triumph. Immune to all magic of the 6th tier and below. Your puny fireballs and lightning bolts are useless. Despair. Die. Nabe tensed. My lord. Skeletal dragons have absolute magic immunity. My lightning will not work. I know, I said. Good thing I don't play by the rules. One of the dragons roared, a sound of grinding tectonic plates, and lunged at me. Its jaws were big enough to swallow a car. I didn't move. I didn't cast a spell. I just looked at it. In the wizarding world, we have creatures called thestrals. We have dementors. We have things that live in the void between life and death. I was the master of that void. I focused my will. Not mana. Authority. Sit. The word wasn't spoken. It was slammed into reality. The skeletal dragon froze mid-lunge. Its massive jaws snapped shut inches from my face. The wind from the snap blew my hair back. The dragon trembled. The purple light in its eye sockets flickered and turned green, my color. It lowered its head. It whimpered. A 30-foot undead killing machine whimpered like a puppy that just peed on the rug. Khajiit's jaw dropped so low it nearly hit the dirt. What? Impossible. The control spell is absolute. Why did it stop? I reached out and patted the dragon's snout. It felt like cold marble. You're using a remote control, I told Khajiit, smiling behind my human mask. I'm the signal jammer. Actually, no. I'm the owner who just walked home. I looked at the second dragon. Down. The second dragon collapsed instantly, belly to the ground, shaking the entire cemetery. Nabe, I said calmly. Khajiit is boring me. He relies on his toys. Take his toys away. Nabe grinned. It was terrifying. With pleasure, Evans. She blurred forward. She didn't use magic on the dragons. She used physics. She leaped onto the first dragon's back, ran up its spine, and launched herself at Khajiit. Khajiit shrieked, casting a shield. Wall of skeleton. A wall of bones shot up. Nabe smashed through it with her bare fist. I turned my attention to the real threat. Clementine. She was leaning against a crypt, twirling her stilettos. She wasn't scared. She looked excited. Ooh, she purred. You stole the doggies. That's a neat trick. Are you a necromancer too? A really strong one. Something like that, I said, walking toward her. The fog parted around me. I love strong men, Clementine giggled. Her eyes were wide, manic. They make the best sounds when you peel them. And you have such a pretty face. I want it. She vanished. She was fast. Faster than anyone I had fought in this world so far. It was a skill, flow acceleration. She moved in a burst of speed that the human eye couldn't track. But I wasn't using human eyes. Legilimens. I didn't dive deep into her mind. I just skimmed the surface. I saw her intent. Left kidney. Strike. I stepped to the right. Swish. Her stiletto carved the air where my kidney had been a microsecond ago. Clementine skidded to a halt, spinning around. Missed. Lucky. Luck is for people who can't aim, I said. She attacked again. This time, she activated martial arts. Ability boost. Greater evasion. She was a blur of steel and orange cloaks. She struck from every angle. High, low, back, front. Throat. I tilted my head back. The blade missed by a millimeter. Heart. I pivoted. Femoral artery. I lifted my leg. It was a dance. A deadly, high-speed dance. To an observer, it would look like I was predicting the future. Because I was. Stop moving. Clementine screeched. The playful mask was slipping. She hated missing. Why can't I hit you? You telegraph, I said, dodging a thrust to my eye. You think about the stab before you make it. It's loud. Your mind screams, stab here, so I just, don't be there. Mind reading? She grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. Cheater. I love it. She reached into her cloak. She pulled out a mace. It was a morning star, spiky and brutal. Let's see you dodge this. Invulnerable fortress. Pace of the wind. She rushed me. This time, she didn't aim for a vital point. She just aimed for me. Center mass. A tackle. I didn't dodge. I let her hit me. Thud. She slammed into me. Her stiletto drove into my chest, right where the heart should be. The mace smashed into my ribs. We stood there, locked together. Clementine looked up at me, panting. Her face was flushed with ecstasy. Gotcha. Right in the ticker. How does it feel? Cold. Does it hurt? I looked down at the knife buried in my chest. The illusion of my clothes was torn. Blood, fake blood generated by the ring, was spreading. Is that it? I asked. Clementine froze. She twisted the knife. Die. Die already. Why aren't you falling? Because, I leaned in close, my lips brushing her ear. You missed. I hit your heart. I don't have one, I whispered. I grabbed her wrists. My grip was like iron. What? She tried to pull away. She couldn't. Her strength stats were high for a human, maybe level 30-ish. Mine were, well, let's just say Ainz didn't skimp on the physical data crystals. I squeezed. Crack. Ah. She gasped, dropping the mace. Let go. Let go, you freak. I stared into her eyes. The illusion flickered. For a split second, the handsome face of Evans vanished. She saw the skull. She saw the emerald fire burning in the empty sockets. She saw the monster. Ainz. She stammered, recalling the name of the sorcerer. Undead? You're an undead. Bingo, I said. And you've been stabbing a skeleton. It's rude. I just had these robes cleaned. She panicked. Real, genuine panic. She kicked me, scrabbling for purchase. She tried to activate flow acceleration to escape, but I held her fast. You like killing, I said conversationally. I heard you talking about it. You like the slow deaths. The despair. Let me go, she screamed, slashing at my face with her free hand. She clawed my cheek, ripping the illusion's skin. Underneath was white bone. You killed adventurers, I continued. Swords of Darkness. That was the team name, right? Nabe told me you wiped them out before we got here. Good kids. Just trying to make a living. They were weak. Clementine spat, finding her defiance again. The weak exist to be eaten by the strong. That's the rule. True, I nodded. That is the rule of the wild. But we aren't in the wild, Clementine. We're in my kingdom. I lifted her off the ground. She dangled there, kicking. And in my kingdom, I said, the strong protect the weak. And they punish the wicked. I'll kill you, she shrieked. I have the black scripture. I have Zuranon. I'll come back. No, I said. You won't. I didn't want to use Avada Kedavra. Too quick. She didn't deserve quick. She deserved to understand what it felt like to be helpless. I raised my hand toward her face. Bubblehead charm, I whispered. Usually, this charm creates a bubble of fresh air around the head. Great for underwater exploration. But magic is about intent. I inverted the intent. I cast a bubble around her head. But instead of filling it with air, I vacuumed the air out. A transparent sphere formed around her head. Clementine gasped. But there was nothing to breathe. Her eyes bulged. She clawed at her neck, trying to tear the bubble off. But it was magic. It wasn't physical. Her nails scratched harmlessly against her own skin. Can't breathe? I asked coldly. That's unfortunate. It takes about 2 minutes for a human to lose consciousness from hypoxia. But you're enhanced. Maybe 3. She thrashed. She kicked my chest. She tried to stab me with the remaining stiletto. I just stood there, holding her up like a doll, watching the light fade from her eyes. This is what your victims felt, I told her. The emerald fire in my sockets flared, burning through the human mask completely now. The panic. The realization that nobody is coming to save them. She opened her mouth in a silent scream. Her face turned red, then purple. Veins bulged on her forehead. It was brutal. It was dark. It was necessary. Behind me, the battle was over. Nabe had knocked Khajiit unconscious, or killed him, I couldn't tell yet, and was watching. Even she looked slightly unsettled by the method. Ainz would have just hugged her to death. This was clinical. Clementine's struggles slowed. Her kicks became twitches. Her hands fell to her sides. She stared at me, one last look of pure terror frozen on her face. Then, she went limp. I held her for another 30 seconds, just to be sure. Then, I dispelled the charm. I dropped her body. It hit the dirt with a dull thud. Trash, I said, wiping my hands on my robes. I turned to Nabe. She was standing over Khajiit's crumpled form. The skeletal dragons were sitting nicely behind her, like good dogs. Is he dead? I asked. He is breathing, my lord, Nabe said. Though I broke most of his ribs. Good. We need him for intel. I walked over to Nfiria. The boy was still unconscious, the crown of wisdom pulsing on his head. I knelt down. I could feel the chaotic sludge of the item's intelligence. It was trying to overwrite Nfiria's mind. Hey, I said to the crown. Get out. I tapped the crystal with my skeletal finger. Finite incantatum. I pushed a massive surge of mana into it. The crown shrieked, a high-pitched whine, and the purple light shattered. The crystal cracked, turning dull and gray. Nfiria gasped, his eyes flying open. He sucked in a breath, looking around wildly. "Grandma," he croaked. "She's waiting for you," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. My illusion was back in place. I looked like Ainz again. "You're safe, kid." Nfiria looked at me. Then he looked at the dead body of Clementine. Then at the massive skeletal dragon sitting obediently. "Ainz," he whispered. Who are you?" "Just an adventurer," I winked. "Come on. Let's go home." I stood up. "Nabe, grab Khajiit. And bring the dragons. They might make good pets for Aura." "My lord," Nabe hesitated. "The dragons are too large to transport without causing panic." "Right. Good point." I turned to the dragons. "Reducio." The spell hit them. They shrank. And shrank. Until they were the size of toy poodles. "Cute," I grinned. "Put them in your pocket." Nabe stared at the tiny, angry skeletal dragons yapping at her boots. She picked them up by the tails. "As you command." We walked out of the cemetery. The fog was lifting. The sun was starting to rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I touched the communication earring I wore. "Dad? You copying?" Ainz's voice came through, clear and relieved. "Hadrian." I monitored the battle via the mirror of remote viewing. "Excellent work. Your method of dealing with the Clementine woman was efficient." "She annoyed me," I said. "We secured the talent, Nfiria, and the intel source, Khajiit. Returning to base soon." "Understood. However, there is a complication." My step faltered. Ainz sounded serious. "What is it?" "Shaltir," Ainz said. "Her status icon has turned red." "Red?" I frowned. "Red means hostility. Who is she fighting?" "No," Ainz said, his voice heavy. "Red doesn't just mean combat. It means mind control. Someone has taken control of Shaltir Bloodfallen." The morning air suddenly felt very cold. Shaltir. The strongest guardian in one-on-one combat. A divine caster. A vampire. If someone controlled her, they had a weapon that could destroy nations. "Where is she?" I asked, my voice losing all trace of humor. "The Great Forest," Ainz replied. "I am preparing to move out. Stay in Irantal. Maintain your cover." "No," I said instantly. "I'm coming with you. Hadrian, it is dangerous. If there is a player out there with a world item, then you need me," I cut him off. "I have the intent magic. I can break rules. If it's a world item, standard Yggdrasil mechanics might not fix it. But I might." There was a pause. "Very well," Ainz conceded. "Meet me at the coordinates. We face this together." "Together," I repeated. I looked at Nabe. "Change of plans. Drop the prisoners at the shop. Then we're going hunting." "Hunting what?" Nabe asked, sensing the shift in my mood. "A vampire," I said. "Someone touched my little sister. And I'm going to make them regret being born." I looked back at the sunrise. The peace was over. The real war was just beginning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Blood and Loyalty. The atmosphere in the throne room was usually heavy, but today it felt like the air had been replaced with lead. The kind of pressure that makes your ears pop and your chest ache. I stood next to the throne of kings, my arms crossed, tapping a skeletal finger against my bicep. The Ainz illusion was gone. I was full-on Hadrian Olgaun, Prince of the Tomb, and I was currently radiating enough necrotic anxiety to wither a potted plant at 50 paces. Ainz sat on the throne. He wasn't moving. The red flames in his eye sockets were dim, flickering erratically. He was looking at a floating holographic screen, the guild interface. Specifically, he was staring at the name, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Next to her name, the status text wasn't white. It was red. A deep, bloody, angry red. Mind control, Ainz said. His voice didn't boom. It sounded hollow. Complete domination. It's not a simple charm spell. This is, absolute. Albedo stood at the base of the stairs. Her wings were twitching. She looked like she wanted to punch a hole in reality. My lord. Permission to mobilize the guardians. We will hunt down the traitor and, she is not a traitor. Ainz snapped. The emotional suppression aura flashed green, forcibly calming him down. He took a breath, a habit, not a necessity. She has been compromised. The NPC settings, they are absolute. For her to turn against us means an item of world-class level was used. World-class, I repeated, the words tasting like ash. The nuclear option. I told you, Dad. That crystal Nigan used was weird. If the theocracy has world items, they aren't just a church. They're a remnant of players. If it is a world item, Ainz said, standing up, standard dispels won't work. Wish upon a star might fail. The only counter to a world item, is another world item. He walked down the stairs. His obsidian armor clanked against the stone. I am going, Ainz announced. Alone. Excuse me. I stepped in front of him. I was tall, but he was wider. Run that by me again. Alone. She is a guardian, Ainz said, looking at me. She is a child of Perorancino. She is my responsibility. If she must be destroyed, I must be the one to do it. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard, I said flatly. Albedo gasped. Lord Hadrian. You cannot speak to the Supreme One in such a manner. I can and I will, I shot back, not looking at her. Dad, listen to me. Shaltir is a min-maxed 1v1 monster. I've seen her character sheet. She heals when she hits you. She has holy magic that counters undead. She is literally built to kill people like you. I know her build, Ainz said. I know her weaknesses. You're a caster, I argued. A strategist. You need a tank. You need distraction. Going in alone is suicide. And I've done the whole, walk to your death, thing. It sucks. 0/10, would not recommend. I cannot risk you, Ainz said, placing a massive hand on my shoulder. You are the future of this guild. If I fall, you take command. I grabbed his hand. My grip was hard. We are Ainz Olgaun, I said. We don't do, if I fall. We do, we win. I'm coming with you. Hadrian. I have the intent magic, I pressed. I can break the rules. World items work on Yggdrasil logic. I don't run on Yggdrasil logic. I run on, I'm the master of death and I say so logic. If anyone can break that mind control without killing her, it's me. Ainz hesitated. He looked at Albedo, who looked torn between her duty to agree with Ainz and her desire to keep him safe. Fine, Ainz relented. But you follow my lead. We prepare. We over-prepare. We empty the treasury if we must. Now you're talking, I grinned, though there was no humor in it. Let's go gear up. I need to find something that hits harder than a truck. The treasury of Nazarick was a gold lover's wet dream, but we walked past the mountains of coins. We went to the mausoleum. The place where the avatars of the other supreme beings stood like statues. Ainz walked up to the statues of his friends. He hesitated, then started taking their gear. A cape here. A ring there. A staff. Is that, okay? I asked, watching him equip a massive bow. Looting your friends? They would want us to survive, Ainz said quietly. We fight with the strength of the guild. I nodded. I reached into my own inventory. I didn't need swords. I needed amplifiers. I pulled out the Staff of the Void, my custom weapon. But I needed more. I looked at a pedestal where a strange, dark cloak hung. It wasn't a guild item. It was something I had crafted in my previous life, or rather, the concept of it followed me here. The invisibility cloak. But evolved. I threw it over my shoulders. It didn't just make me invisible. It made me gone. It erased presence, sound, and smell. Ready, I said. Ainz turned. He looked like a mismatched chaotic mess of high-tier gear, but the magical pressure he radiated was insane. Teleportation is blocked in her immediate vicinity, Ainz said. We gate to the perimeter. Then we fly. Let's bring our sister home, I said. The forest was silent. Unnaturally so. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had died down. Even the insects knew better than to make noise near a catastrophe-class entity. We flew over the canopy. Ainz was using a fly spell. I was just unsupported flight, the kind Voldemort taught me, indirectly. Black smoke trailed behind me as we cut through the air. We saw her. Shaltir Bloodfallen stood in a clearing. She looked tiny from up here. A gothic Lolita doll in a black dress, holding a strange, massive lance that looked like a pipette. She wasn't moving. She was just standing there, staring at nothing. Neutral mob behavior, I noted, hovering beside Ainz. She won't attack until we enter her aggro range or initiate combat. The item must have been interrupted, Ainz analyzed. If the user issued a command, she would be moving. She was likely ordered to defend herself before the user died or fled. She is a stationary turret now. So we have the first move, I said. Let's try the diplomatic approach first. Hey, Shaltir. I shouted it. My voice boomed over the forest. She didn't twitch. Figures, I muttered. We descended. We landed about 50 meters away from her. Close enough to see the emptiness in her red eyes. She didn't blink. She didn't breathe. Shaltir, Ainz said, his voice projecting authority. It is I, Ainz Olgaun. Return to your senses. Nothing. Ainz raised his hand. On his finger, a ring with 3 shooting stars glittered. Shooting star. A cash shop item that allowed for the spell Wish upon a Star. I wish, Ainz intoned, the magic gathering around him in a swirling vortex of blue light, for the status effect controlling Shaltir Bloodfallen to be shattered. The magic surged. It rushed toward Shaltir. And then it shattered. It hit an invisible wall around her, a red barrier of world-level authority. The blue light cracked and dissolved into sparkles. Ainz lowered his hand. It failed. The item is definitely a world item. Okay, I said, cracking my neck. Diplomacy failed. Magic cheat codes failed. That leaves Plan C. Plan C? Ainz asked. Violence, I said. Lots of it. Ainz sighed. He began casting. Buff up, Hadrian. This will not be short. We stood there for 2 minutes straight just casting buffs. Greater strength. Greater hardening. Magic boost. Draconic power. False data, life. Body of effulgent barrel. Fly. Freedom. Sensor boost. Ainz went through about 30 spells. I cast my own. Protego totalum. Fianto duri. Repello inimicum. I layered shield charms over my skin. I cast disillusionment on myself to blur my outline. I cast silencio on my feet. Ready? Ainz asked. The timer on his first buff was already ticking. Let's dance. Ainz stepped forward. He crossed the invisible line. Shaltir snapped. Her head jerked up. The blankness vanished, replaced by a feral, hungry grin. Her eyes glowed. Intruders. She purred. Enemies of the master. Die. She moved. She didn't run. She teleported. Pure speed. She was in front of Ainz instantly, her lance thrusting for his chest. Wall of skeleton. Ainz shouted. A wall of bones erupted. Crunch. Shaltir's lance punched through the wall like it was wet paper. But it bought Ainz a second. He flew backward. Triple maximize magic, call greater thunder. 3 massive bolts of lightning crashed down on Shaltir. She didn't dodge. She took it. The lightning scorched her dress, but she laughed. Is that it? She giggled. Weak. Weak. She spun the lance. Impale. A wave of force shot at Ainz. I intercepted. Depulso. I hit the force wave with a banishing charm. The two invisible forces collided in mid-air, creating a shockwave that flattened the trees in a 100-yard radius. Shaltir looked at me. Oh. A little mage. You want to play too? I'm not playing, sis, I said. I pointed my staff. Confringo. A blasting curse. But I charged it with necrotic energy. A black fireball shot at her. She swatted it aside with her hand. It exploded behind her, turning a boulder into dust. Negative energy. She licked her lips. I'm undead, stupid. That heals me. Not that kind, I smirked. That was cursed fire. Check your HP. She frowned. A small burn mark on her hand wasn't healing. Fire, and curse. Annoying. She launched herself at me. Summon household, she screamed. Swarms of vampire bats and wolves materialized from the shadows. Dozens of them. Ainz. The mobs. I yelled. I have them, Ainz shouted. Reality slash. Ainz cast a spell that cut reality itself. It sliced through the swarm, killing half of them. I dealt with the rest. Pyre totem locomotor. I animated the fallen trees. The logs twisted, growing wooden arms and legs. A squad of tree golems rose up and tackled the vampire wolves. It was chaos. Ainz was trading high-tier spells with Shaltir. Explosions of fire, ice, and holy light lit up the forest. I was weaving in and out, using apparition to strike from odd angles. But Shaltir was winning. She was relentless. Every time we damaged her, she hit one of her summons or one of my golems with her spit lance. The lance drained life. She healed instantly. She's out-sustaining us. I yelled, dodging a holy javelin. We need to stop her healing. I know. Ainz grunted. He was taking damage. His armor was cracked. I am preparing fallen down. I need time. Keep her busy. Keep the raid boss busy. Sure. Easy, I muttered. I turned to Shaltir. She was hovering in the air, looking down at us with contempt. Is this the power of the supreme beings? She mocked. Pathetic. My creator was stronger. That struck a nerve. Don't you talk about Perorancino like you knew him, I snapped. I felt the cold anger rising. He made you to be cool, not a puppet. I flew up to meet her level. Hey! Barbie doll! I shouted. She turned to me. What? Catch. I didn't cast a spell. I opened my inventory. I pulled out a potion. A high-tier healing potion. And I threw it at her face. She caught it instinctively. Reducto. I blasted the bottle in her hand. The potion exploded. Blue healing liquid covered her face. For an undead, healing magic is poison. It burns. Gah! Shaltir screamed, clutching her face as steam rose from her skin. It burns. My eyes. Dirty fighting, I commented. Learn it. You worm. She exploded. Not literally. Her form shifted. The gothic dress tore apart. Her skin turned red and leathery. Her mouth widened into a lamprey-like maw. Valkyrie form. She was done playing. She summoned a clone. Einherjar. A construct that looked exactly like her and had the same stats. Now there were two of them. Double trouble, I said. Ainz. How long on that nuke? 20 seconds. Ainz yelled from the ground. He was surrounded by magic circles. He couldn't move. The real Shaltir dove for Ainz. The clone dove for me. Oh no you don't, I hissed. I ignored the clone. I focused on the real one. Accio Shaltir. I pulled. But she was too strong. She resisted the summon charm. So I reversed it. Accio self. I pulled myself to her. I flew through the air like a bullet. I slammed into her side just as she raised her lance to skewer Ainz. We tumbled through the air, crashing into the forest floor. I scrambled up. She was faster. She kicked me in the chest. Crack. My ribs shattered. My health bar dropped by 30%. Stay down, she shrieked. Her lamprey mouth drooled acid. She stabbed at me. I rolled. The lance gouged a trench in the earth. The clone landed behind me. It swung its lance. I was boxed in. Protego Diabolica. I spun my staff. Blue fire erupted in a ring around me. It wasn't normal fire. It incinerated anything hostile that touched it. The clone hit the fire and recoiled, its arms singing. But the real Shaltir just charged through it. She took the damage. She didn't care. She grabbed my throat. Her grip was absolute. I couldn't breathe, not that I needed to, but she was crushing my cervical vertebrae. Got you, she hissed. She raised her lance. The tip glowed with purple light. Good night, intruder. She thrust the lance down. Target, my skull. I couldn't dodge. I couldn't cast. Hadrian. Ainz screamed from the distance. I looked at the lance. Time seemed to slow down. I didn't feel fear. I felt acceptance. Let it happen, a voice in my head whispered. The master of death cannot be caged. I dropped my staff. I grabbed the shaft of her lance with both hands. I pulled it down. I helped her stab me. But I twisted. The lance missed my skull. It punched through my chest. Through the spine. Through the core where my mana heart should be. It pinned me to the ground. Shaltir blinked. She hadn't expected me to help. Why? She gurgled. Because, I choked out, black blood bubbling past my lips. Now, you're close. My body began to dissolve. Usually, when a player dies, they shatter into data shards. I didn't shatter. I melted. My bones turned into black sludge. My robes turned into smoke. Shaltir tried to pull her lance back. She couldn't. The black sludge was sticky. It crawled up the lance. It crawled onto her hands. What is this? She panicked. Get off. Get off. The sludge expanded. It covered her. It was cold. Colder than ice. It was the chill of the void. From the puddle of darkness, a voice spoke. It didn't come from a throat. It came from everywhere. The master of death does not die. He just changes. The black smoke swirled. It reformed behind her. I stepped out of the shadows. I was whole. My ribs were fixed. My HP was full. But I wasn't a skeleton anymore. I was a silhouette of pure darkness, with 2 emerald stars for eyes. Phase 2, I said. Shaltir turned around, ripping her lance free from the mud that used to be my body. She looked terrified. Her instincts were screaming at her. Predator. Apex predator. Impossible. She whimpered. You aren't a player. You aren't an NPC. What are you? I'm your brother, I said softly. I raised my hand. Ainz. Now. Ainz finished his chant. Super tier magic, fallen down. A pillar of blue light, massive and blinding, crashed down from the heavens. It swallowed the entire clearing. It swallowed Shaltir. It swallowed the clone. It burned. It dealt massive radiant damage. But I knew it wouldn't kill her. She had a resurrection item. A cash shop item that would bring her back with full health but no mana. The light faded. The forest was gone. The ground was glass. Shaltir stood there. Her armor was gone. Her skin was charred. She was panting. Then, she glowed. The resurrection item activated. Her wounds closed. Her HP bar shot back to 100%. But her eyes, they were still red. Still controlled, Ainz said, landing beside me. He sounded exhausted. She used the item. She is fresh. I am, nearly dry. She has no mana left, I observed. But she's still a melee beast. And we're running on fumes. I must kill her, Ainz said, raising his staff. It is the only way. No, I said. I walked forward. The shadow form faded, revealing my skeletal body again. She's empty, I said. Her mental defenses are down. She's running on instinct. Hadrian, get back. I ignored him. I walked toward Shaltir. She looked at me. She snarled. She raised her lance. Die, she screamed, charging. I didn't raise a shield. I didn't raise a weapon. I thought of home. Not the Desleys. Not the cupboard. I thought of Hogwarts. I thought of Ron and Hermione laughing by the fire. I thought of flying over the Quidditch pitch. I thought of Molly Weasley's hugs. And then I thought of this world. I thought of Ainz trying so hard to be a good dad. I thought of Albedo's crazy loyalty. I thought of the village girls safe in their beds. I gathered every ounce of positive energy I could muster. Not holy magic. Emotion. Love. Protection. Hope. Expecto Patronum. It wasn't a whisper. It was a roar. Usually, a Patronus is a silver animal. A stag. This wasn't a stag. A tidal wave of blinding, liquid silver erupted from my chest. It wasn't mist. It was a flood. It washed over the glass crater. It washed over the trees. It hit Shaltir like a physical wall. Eh! She screamed. But it wasn't pain. The silver light didn't burn her skin. It burned the red. The red aura of the world item flared, fighting the silver light. It was a battle of concepts. Control versus freedom. Hate versus love. You are not a weapon. I shouted, walking into the light. You are Shaltir blood fallen. Wake up. I reached her. She was thrashing in the silver tide, swinging her lance blindly. I caught the lance. It burned my hand, but I held on. I stepped inside her guard. I hugged her. I wrapped my skeletal arms around her small, trembling form. It's okay, I whispered into her ear. I've got you. The nightmare is over. I pushed the Patronus into her. The silver light exploded outward. For a second, the entire world turned white. Then, silence. I was kneeling on the glass ground. Shaltir was in my arms. She wasn't a monster anymore. She was back in her gothic dress. Her lamprey mouth was gone. She blinked. Her eyes opened. They were red. But not the angry red. The soft, crimson red of a vampire. She looked up at me. She looked at Ainz, who was standing 10 feet away, his mouth open. Lord. Hadrian, she whispered. Her voice was trembling. Lord Ainz. She looked around the destroyed forest. She looked at my shattered ribs, which were healing slowly. What happened? She started to cry. Why do I feel like I tried to hurt you? I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. You had a bad dream, kiddo, I said, patting her head. Just a bad dream. Ainz dropped his staff. He fell to his knees. The great overlord of death looked like he was about to collapse from relief. She is back, Ainz said. The status, it is green. Told you, I grinned weakly. Patronus charm. Works on dementors, works on mind control. It's all about the vibes. Shaltir looked at me. She saw the damage on my body. She saw the hole in my robes where she had impaled me. I did this. She sobbed, burying her face in my chest. I hurt the supreme heir. I deserve death. Please, kill me. I am trash. Hey, I lifted her chin. Look at me. She sniffled, looking up. You gave me a hell of a fight, I said. You're strong, Shaltir. I'm proud of you. Her eyes widened. Proud? Yeah. Nobody else has ever managed to stab me that hard. Good job. She wailed and hugged me tighter. Ainz walked over. He placed a hand on her head. You are forgiven, Shaltir, Ainz said gently. It was not your fault. You were targeted by a weapon we did not foresee. But. No buts, I said, standing up and pulling her with me. We're going home. Albedo is probably pacing a hole in the floor. I looked at the sky. The sun was fully up now. The light felt good. But first, I said, my voice hardening. We need to talk about who did this. Ainz nodded. The relief was replaced by a cold, calculating rage. The slain theocracy, Ainz said. Nigan mentioned them. The world item, it must be theirs. They tried to steal my sister, I said. I looked at my hand. The silver light of the Patronus still flickered faintly. They messed with the wrong family. Meanwhile, in the slain theocracy, Captain of the Black Scripture sat in the war room. He was sweating. The crystal in the center of the table, the monitor for downfall of castle and country, had cracked. The connection is severed, a priestess whispered, horrified. The target, the vampire, she has been freed. How? The captain slammed his fist on the table. That item is absolute. Only a Longinus or a world savior could break it. We don't know, the priestess stammered. There was a surge of light. Not holy magic. Something else. Something ancient. Cardinal Raymond Zarg Lawrence sat in the shadows. He steepled his fingers. We failed to capture the catastrophe, Lord, Raymond said quietly. And now, we have angered it. The vampire was merely a minion. The masters. Ainz and this Hadrian. He looked at a report on the table. It was a sketch of the battlefield. A sketch of a massive silver explosion. We cannot fight them with soldiers, Raymond concluded. If they march on us, we are dust. What do we do? The captain asked. Raymond stood up. He walked to a locked cabinet at the back of the room. He pulled out a key that pulsed with divine energy. We escalate, Raymond said. He unlocked the cabinet. Inside was a golden statue. A seraph. The black scripture failed, Raymond said. So we will not send men next time. We will send a god. He turned to the room. Prepare the ritual. We need to summon the seraph of the seventh heaven. If Ainz is death, then we must bring forth life itself to destroy him. Back in Nazareth. We returned to the throne room. The moment we stepped out of the gate, Albedo was there. She tackled Ainz first, checking him for wounds. Then she turned to me. Lord Hadrian. She grabbed my face. You are damaged. Your MP is depleted. Who did this? I will flay them. I'm fine, Mom, I joked. I mean, Albedo. She froze. Did you just call me Mom? Slip of the tongue, I said quickly, stepping back. Don't read into it. Albedo's face went pink. She looked like she might faint from happiness. He called me Mom. Ainz Sama, did you hear? Our son called me Mom. Ainz groaned. Albedo, focus. Shaltir was kneeling on the floor, head bowed. I await my punishment. Your punishment, I said, walking past her to the throne, is to take a bath. You smell like burnt ozone and swamp water. Then, you get back on duty. We have a kingdom to build. Shaltir looked up, tears in her eyes. Yes. Yes, Lord Hadrian. I sat on the steps of the throne. I was tired. Physically, mentally. Ainz sat on the throne. He looked at me. You saved us today, Ainz said. Your intent magic, it truly is a wild card. It's a cheat code, I corrected. But they know about us now. The theocracy. They know their toy broke. Then we must be ready, Ainz said. The next time they strike, it won't be an ambush. It will be war. Let them come, I said, closing my eyes. I could feel the darkness of the tomb humming around me. It felt like home. I still have a few spells I haven't shown them yet. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, A Dance of Politics and Fire. Recovering from having your chest cavity ventilated by a lance is a unique experience. In my old life, a hole in the chest meant a long stay in St. Mungo's or a one-way ticket to King's Cross. Here, it just meant my HP bar was flashing yellow and I had to chug potions that tasted like spicy mud for 3 days. I was sitting in my quarters in Nazareth, which I had redecorated. Gone were the screaming faces on the walls, seriously, who designs a bedroom with agony motif wallpaper, and in their place were tapestries of the Hogwarts house crests. A little slice of home. Lord Hadrian, a soft voice called from the door. Pestonia, the head maid with the dog head, literally, a border collie face on a maid's body, walked in carrying a tray. Your refreshments, woof. Thanks, Pestonia, I said, taking the glass. It was wine mixed with blood. Being a hybrid undead had weird dietary requirements. Is my dad still in the throne room? Lord Ainz is currently in a meeting with Demiurge and Albedo, woof, she replied, fluffing my pillows. They are discussing the, woof, diplomatic strategy. Diplomatic strategy, I snorted. Knowing Demiurge, that involves setting a kingdom on fire and asking if they want water. I stood up, stretching. My ribs didn't creak anymore. The whole shelter put in me was gone, replaced by fresh, magically reinforced bone. I felt stronger. The system in this world seemed to reward survival. My XP bar had jumped significantly after the fight with Shaltir. I wasn't level 100 like the Guardians yet, but I was close. And my stats were messy. I need to go save them from themselves, I said, grabbing my outer robe. It was a new one, woven from data crystals dropped by high-level monsters. Deep emerald green with silver embroidery. Very Slytherin. I walked to the throne room. The halls of Nazarick were buzzing. The NPCs were on high alert after the Shaltir incident. Death Knights patrolled the corridors in pairs. I pushed the massive doors open. Ainz was sitting on the throne, looking stressed. You can't see stress on a skull, but I knew the tilt of his head. He was rubbing his temples. Demiurge was standing below, gesturing wildly. And thus, if we infiltrate the Riestai's kingdom's underworld, we can create a shortage of grain, inciting a civil war, which will allow us to step in as benevolent rulers, Demiurge concluded with a terrifying smile. It will only cost approximately 40,000 human lives. Efficient. 40,000, Ainz repeated, his voice hollow. Ah. Yes. Efficient. Or, I interrupted, walking down the carpet. We could try talking to people before we starve them. Lord Hadrian. Albedo beamed, her wings fluttering. You should be resting. Your structural integrity was compromised. I'm fine, Albedo. I drank the spicy mud, I waved her off. Demiurge, your plan is solid if we want to be rulers of a graveyard. But Ainz wants a kingdom. That implies subjects. Living ones. Preferably ones who pay taxes. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. A valid point, my prince. But humans are stubborn. Fear is the only language they understand. Fear is a spice, I corrected. You use a pinch. You don't dump the whole jar in the soup. Too much fear makes people desperate. Desperate people do stupid things, like summon angels or use world items. The room went quiet. The mention of the world item that took Shaltir was still a sore spot. So, I continued, standing next to Ainz. We need a different approach. We need legitimacy. We need a nation to acknowledge us. Not because we're threatening to eat them, but because we're better than the alternative. Ainz looked at me. You have a plan, Hadrian. The Baharuth Empire, I said. I've been reading the report Seabass sent. They're a meritocracy. Ruled by a guy called the Bloody Emperor. Jerkniv Rune Farlord El Nix. Quite a mouthful. I recall the name, Ainz nodded. He purged his own nobility to consolidate power. A ruthless man. Exactly, I grinned. Ruthless men are predictable. They value power and order. We have both. If we can get the Empire to recognize the Sorcerer Kingdom as a sovereign state, the other nations will hesitate to attack us. And how do you propose we do that? Demiurge asked, intrigued. Do we assassinate him and replace him with a doppelganger? No, I sighed. Why is that always your first move? We go there. We knock on the front door. We say, hello, we are your new neighbors, and we have nukes. Let's be friends. That is bold, Ainz muttered. But if we go as monsters? I'll go, I said. I can pull off the aristocratic human look. I'll go as an emissary. I'll take Nabe. We'll set the stage. Then, you come in and do the God of Death act to seal the deal. Ainz considered it. He looked at the Guardians. It is a risk, Ainz said. But the rewards are substantial. Very well. Hadrian, you have the floor. Go to the Empire. Secure an audience. But do not start a war unless absolutely necessary. I promise nothing, I winked. But I'll try to keep the body count under triple digits. The Imperial capital, Arwentar. Teleportation is the best way to travel, provided you don't splint yourself. Ainz opened a gate for us in a secluded alleyway near the merchant district of Arwentar. I stepped out, adjusting my collar. I wasn't wearing my adventurer gear. Evans the adventurer was on vacation. Today, I was Lord Hadrian, a noble from a reclusive magical dynasty. I wore a tailored black suit that looked Victorian, a high-collared shirt, and a cloak made of acromantula silk, synthesized by magic. Nabe was dressed as a high-class valet, carrying a briefcase that contained, well, nothing but spare mana potions and a sandwich. The air here is acceptable, Nabe noted, sniffing. Less stench than Urantal. It's the magic, I said, looking up. Arwentar was beautiful. Unlike the medieval fortress of Urantal, this city glowed. Magical lights lined the streets. The architecture was cleaner, sharper. Griffins patrolled the sky. It felt like a high-magic society. We have two objectives, I told Nabe as we merged into the crowd. Objective 1, Flutter Paradigm. The human wizard. Nabe asked, her nose wrinkling. The one who thinks he is powerful. He's the strongest caster in the Empire, I said. Tier 6. In Yggdrasil, that's nothing. Here, he's basically Dumbledore. If we want the Emperor, we need the wizard first. He's the gatekeeper. We walked through the streets. People stared. My charisma stat was naturally high, but the illusion ring boosted it. I walked with the arrogance of someone who could buy the city block. Carriages stopped to let us pass. We reached the Imperial Ministry of Magic. It was a massive tower in the center of the city. Guards stood at the gate, wearing shiny plate armor. Halt, one guard said, stepping forward. This is a restricted area. The Imperial Wizard is not seeing visitors. I stopped. I looked at the guard. I'm not a visitor, I said smoothly. I'm a revelation. I raised my hand. I didn't cast a spell. I just snapped my fingers. Alohomora. The massive iron gates behind the guard groaned. The locks clicked, loudly. The chains unraveled like snakes. The gates swung open with a screech of metal. The guard spun around, weapons drawn. What did you do? I knocked, I smiled. Tell Flutter Paradigm that a magic caster from the Age of Gods is here to compare notes. If he doesn't come down in 5 minutes, I'll turn his tower into a bouncy castle. The guard looked at the open gate, then at me. He ran. 5 minutes later, an old man came running out. He looked exactly like a wizard should. Long white beard, robes that were too big for him, and eyes that looked a little too wide. Flutter Paradigm. He stopped at the top of the stairs, panting. He looked at me. He cast a spell immediately, Detect Magic. I felt the ping. I let him see it. I dropped my magical suppression for 1 second. Flutter's eyes rolled back in his head. He stumbled, clutching his staff. Tear. He gasped. The tears. I cannot count them. 10. 11. Impossible. Hi, I said, walking up the stairs. Can we talk inside? I hate explaining the secrets of the universe on a doorstep. Flutter scrambled to the side, bowing so low his nose touched the stone. Please. Enter. My humble tower is yours. We went up to his study. It was a mess of scrolls, potions, and weird artifacts. It smelled like dust and obsession. I sat in his chair. It was comfortable. Nabe stood behind me, glaring at Flutter like he was a bug she wanted to squash. So, I said, picking up a scroll. You're the guy who teaches magic here. Flutter was trembling. He was looking at me like I was a deity. Which, technically, in this world's power scaling, I was. I am but a student, Flutter stammered. Great One, who are you? I have studied the abyss for 200 years. I have never felt power like yours. I'm Hadrian, I said. And I have a proposition. Anything. Flutter yelled. Take my soul. Take my research. Just, show me. Show me the abyss. Easy, Grandpa, I laughed. I don't want your soul. I want your boss. The Emperor. Flutter blinked. Jerkniv? Yeah. I need a meeting. A private one. Tonight. It can be arranged, Flutter nodded frantically. But, may I ask, what magic do you wield? It feels foreign. Not of the 8 Greed Kings. Not of the 6 great gods. It's older, I lied. It's wild magic refined. It's intent. I picked up a quill from his desk. Watch. I didn't use a tear spell. I used transfiguration. Vera Verto. The quill swirled. It morphed. Feathers became fur. The tip became a nose. In a second, the quill was a white ferret. It chattered and scurried across the desk. Flutter screamed. He grabbed his hair. Transformation without mana consumption, he shrieked. Permanent polymorph on an inanimate object. That breaks the 3rd law of magical conservation. Laws are for people who can't see the code, I said, turning the ferret back into a quill with a wave of my hand. I stood up and walked over to him. I loomed. Flutter. You want to peer into the abyss? I leaned down. I am the abyss. My father is Ainz Olgaun, the supreme ruler of death. We possess the knowledge of the 41 supreme beings. We have spells of the 10th tier. We have super tier magic. Flutter fell to his knees. He was crying. Tears of pure joy. Teacher, he wailed. Master. Please. Let me serve you. Good, I patted his head. Here's your first assignment. Get me Jerkniv. Tell him a power has arrived that can wipe his empire off the map, but we'd rather have dinner. Yes. Yes, Master Hadrian. The Imperial Palace. That evening. Emperor Jerkniv Rune Farlord El Nix was having a bad day. First, his tea was cold. Second, the Re-Estai's kingdom was being annoying about the annual skirmish. And third, his royal wizard, the man who practically raised him, had just burst into the throne room screaming about gods and Tier 11. Jerkniv sat at the head of the long banquet table. The room was cleared of everyone except his 4 imperial knights, the strongest warriors in the empire. He swirled his wine. So, Jerkniv said to the empty air. Flutter has finally lost his mind. Or, something terrifying has actually arrived. The doors opened. Flutter walked in. He wasn't walking like the imperial wizard. He was walking like a servant. He held the door open. Presenting, Flutter announced, his voice shaking with reverence, Lord Hadrian of the Gown family. I walked in. I had ditched the suit. Now I was wearing formal robes from Yggdrasil. Black, with gold trim, and a cape that seemed to be made of starlight. I didn't walk, I glided. Nabe followed, looking equally regal. Jerkniv stood up. He was young, handsome in a blonde, sharp way. He radiated charisma. The bloody emperor. I looked at him. I used legilimency. Just a surface scan. He's assessing me, Jerkniv thought. Clothes are expensive. Unknown material. Magic items. The woman behind him, dangerous. Flutter is acting like a dog. This is bad. This is very bad. Emperor Jerkniv, I said, stopping at the other end of the table. Thanks for the invite. Nice place. A bit drafty, though. Jerkniv smiled. It was a perfect, practiced smile. Lord Hadrian. Flutter spoke, highly of you. Please, sit. I sat. Nabe stood behind me. The 4 Imperial Knights tensed up. So, Jerkniv began, sitting back down. Flutter claims you wield magic that surpasses the gods. A bold claim. Flutter gets excited, I shrugged, pouring myself wine from the carafe on the table. He saw a simple transfiguration spell and lost it. But yes. I'm strong. How strong? Jerkniv asked. His eyes were cold, calculating. I looked at the knight standing closest to him. A big guy with a shield. Beziwood, the lightning bolt. Hey, you, I pointed at him. Hit me. Beziwood blinked. Excuse me. Jerkniv wants a demo, I said. Hit me. As hard as you can. Use your martial arts. Jerkniv nodded slowly. Do it, Beziwood. Beziwood grinned. Alright, pretty boy. Don't cry. He drew his sword. He activated his skills. Ability boost. Slash. He swung. It was a kill shot aimed at my neck. I didn't move. I didn't cast a shield. Clang. The sword hit my neck. The sword shattered. Shrapnel flew across the room. Beziwood stood there, holding a broken hilt, staring at my neck. There wasn't even a scratch. My passive physical nullification skill blocked all attacks below level 60. Decent swing, I said, taking a sip of wine. Little sloppy on the follow-through. Silence. Absolute silence. Jerkniv's smile didn't falter, but his mind was screaming. Monsters. They are monsters. Adamantite level isn't even close. He took a strike from an Imperial Knight like it was a breeze. Impressive, Jerkniv said softly. Very impressive. So, Lord Hadrian. What does a being of your durability want with my empire? We want neighbors, I said. My father and I have taken up residence near Irantal. The great tomb of Nazarick. You might have heard of it. Old ruin. We fixed it up. Nazarick, Jerkniv tested the word. And you want? Recognition, I said. We are establishing a nation. The Sorcerer Kingdom. We want trade. We want diplomacy. We don't want to conquer you. Lie, Jerkniv thought. Everyone wants to conquer. I know what you're thinking, I said, looking him in the eye. You think I'm lying. You think, why would a monster ask for peace unless he's plotting something? Jerkniv froze. I am a cautious man. Smart, I nodded. Here's the truth, Jerkniv. We could conquer you. My father has a spell that summons 500 dragons. I have a spell that can turn this city into a parking lot in 4 seconds. We don't need to plot. We are asking nicely because it's less paperwork. I leaned forward. But, I added, lowering my voice. We have a problem. We have a lot of wealth in the tomb. And we're worried about thieves. Adventurers. Workers. Jerkniv's eyes narrowed. He caught the bait instantly. He's telling me about his base. He's telling me it's full of gold. He wants me to investigate. You are worried about intruders? Jerkniv asked carefully. Exactly, I sighed. If a bunch of workers were to, say, invade our home, we would have to defend ourselves. And if those workers came from the Empire, well, that would be a diplomatic incident. Unless the Empire disavowed them, I finished. If they were acting independently. Then, we could kill them, and you and I could still be friends. See where I'm going? Jerknev smiled. This time, it was genuine. He thought he understood the game. He wants a casus belli. Or he wants to test his defenses. He is arrogant. He thinks he is invincible. I will send the workers. I will have them investigate this Nazarick. If they succeed, I get the gold. If they fail, I learn his weakness. I see, Jerknev said. It is terrible how reckless workers can be. They often go where they shouldn't. Terrible, I agreed. So, if you happen to know any reckless teams, maybe mention the old ruins near Irantal. Tell them there's gold. Tell them the guards are asleep. I might mention it, Jerknev said. Great. I stood up. Nabe, let's go. The wine here is mediocre. Jerknev stood up too. Lord Hadrian. One question. Shoot. Are you human? I paused. I looked at Nabe, then back at him. I let the illusion flicker for a second. Just long enough for him to see the emerald flames. Does it matter? I asked. I snapped my fingers. Apparition. With a loud crack, we vanished. Left alone in the silent hall, Jerknev dropped into his chair. He was sweating. Flutter, he whispered. Gather the workers. Foresight. Green leaf. Heavy masher. All of them. Your Majesty. Flutter asked, still kneeling. Send them to Nazarick, Jerknev commanded, his eyes hard. I want to know what kind of monster lives in that tomb. And then, we will figure out how to kill it. The workers in. 2 days later. The scent of cheap ale and roasted pork filled the air. The singing bard was the hangout for workers, illegal adventurers who did the dirty jobs the guild wouldn't touch. I sat in a corner booth, wearing a hooded cloak. Nabe was outside, keeping watch. I was watching a specific table. 4 people. A large warrior in heavy armor. A cleric. A thief. And a young woman with blonde hair and a staff. Archie Eeb Rylefurt. A former noble. A magical prodigy. And a girl desperately trying to pay off her parents' debt to save her little sisters. I knew their story. I knew their fate in the original timeline. They went to Nazarick. They died. Archie got killed by Shaltir, her voice stolen, her body parts distributed. Her sisters died in slavery. It was one of the few moments in the story that actually made me sick. I stood up and walked over to their table. Mind if I join you? I asked. The warrior, Robertson, looked up. Table's full, stranger. I have a job, I lied. Or rather, advice about a job. Archie looked at me. Her eyes were tired. We already have a job. A big one. A noble offered us a fortune to explore a ruin. The great tomb of Nazarick, I said. They stiffened. How do you know that? The thief, Aria, asked, reaching for his knife. Word gets around, I sat down uninvited. I'm Evans. I've been to that tomb. You have? Archie leaned forward. What's inside? Is there gold? There's gold, I said. Mountains of it. Enough to buy the empire. Their eyes lit up. But, I added, my voice dropping. There are monsters there that eat gods. I looked at Archie. Don't go, I said softly. The money isn't worth it. You won't come back. None of you will. We're professionals, Robertson scoffed. We've handled ruins before. If there's gold, we're going. We need the money, Archie said, her voice tight. I can't turn this down. The advance payment alone. I can give you money, I said. I reached into my pocket. I pulled out a bag of platinum coins. Take it. Walk away. They stared at the bag. Arya laughed. Charity. From a stranger. What's the catch? You want the loot for yourself. I want you to live, I said. We're going, Archie said, standing up. She didn't touch the money. Pride. Stupid, noble pride. Thank you for the warning, Evans. But we have a contract. We don't break contracts. I looked at her. I saw the desperation. She believed she had no choice. I pulled the money back. Okay, I said. I tried. I stood up. Just remember one thing, I said, turning away. When you see the dark, don't fight it. Beg. It's the only chance you'll have. I walked out of the inn. Nabe was waiting. They took the bait, she asked. They took the bait, I said. And they refused the lifeline. Humans are foolish, Nabe said. Yeah, I looked at the night sky. They are. But they're also brave. In a stupid way. We return to Nazarick. Yes. Prepare the arena. The guests are coming. The great tomb of Nazarick. The throne room. They are coming, I announced. Ainz was waiting. All the guardians were present. The workers from the Empire, Ainz said. Excellent work, Hadrian. Jerkniv fell for the trap. Hook, line, and sinker, I said. He thinks he's sending scouts. He's sending sacrifices. Demiurge, Ainz commanded. Prepare the defense. Let them enter. Let them feel hope. And then. Then we crush them, Demiurge finished, his tail wagging. Hadrian, Ainz looked at me. You seem troubled. I met them, I said. The workers. There's a team. Foresight. They're not bad people. Just desperate. They are invaders, Albedo hissed. They seek to steal from the supreme beings. They deserve only death. I looked at Albedo. Then at Ainz. I know, I said. But do we have to kill all of them? Ainz paused. You wish to spare them? I wish to test them, I said. If they have honor, maybe they can be useful. A dead worker is just a zombie. A living one is a tool. Compassion, Cocytus rumbled, breathing cold air. A trait of a ruler. But also a weakness. Mercy is the privilege of the strong, I quoted. And we are the strongest. Ainz considered this. Very well, Ainz decided. We will test them. If they can reach the arena, if they can entertain us, you may decide their fate, Hadrian. Fair enough, I nodded. I turned to leave. Where are you going? Ainz asked. To the arena, I said. I need to get ready. If I'm going to be the judge, I need to dress the part. I walked out. The political game was done. I had played Jerkniv like a fiddle. I had secured a casus belli that would allow us to establish our nation legitimately. But now came the blood. I thought of Archie's face. The determination. The love for her sisters. I wasn't going to let her die. Not like in the story. I was Hadrian Olgaun. I broke rules. And I was about to break the biggest rule of Nazarick, no one leaves alive. Watch me, I whispered to the dark corridors. Just watch me. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, Chapter 7, The mercy of death. The air in the great tomb of Nazarick usually tasted like ancient stone and expensive incense. Today, it tasted like anticipation. The entire dungeon was vibrating with it. The traps were oiled, the summons were prepped, and the floor guardians were practically taking bets on how long the invaders would last. I stood on the VIP balcony of the amphitheater on the 6th floor. Below me, the arena sand was pristine. Aura and Mare were sitting nearby, kicking their legs. Lord Hadrian. Aura chirped. Are they here yet? I want to see them run. They're inside, I said, watching the large magical screens floating in the air. The mirror of remote viewing showed multiple feeds. They just breached the surface ruins. Hecarim, Imina, Roberdic, and Archie. Team Foresight. I watched them on the screen. They were moving carefully, checking for traps. They were good. 4 humans. They look weak, Mare whispered, hugging his staff. Why did you want to save them? I don't want to save them, I corrected, leaning on the railing. I want to save the girl. Archie. The caster. Why? Aura asked. Is she strong? No. She's talented, but weak. I'm saving her because her sisters are waiting for her to come home. Aura tilted her head. Siblings? Yeah. Like you and Mare. Imagine if someone tricked Mare into a death trap just to pay off a debt. You'd burn the world down, right? Aura's eyes flashed dangerous gold. I'd kill everyone. Exactly. Archie is fighting for her family. That counts for something in my book. The screen flickered. Another team, Heavy Masher, just ran into a nest of cockroaches on the 2nd floor. It wasn't pretty. I looked away. Kyohoku's family was effective, but disgusting. Dad's waiting in the throne room, I said. But Foresight is heading here. To the arena. I rigged the teleport traps. You hacked the system? Aura gasped. Albedo will be mad. Albedo is always mad about something, I shrugged. I redirected their path. They think they're finding a treasure room. They're finding us. The massive gates of the arena groaned open. On the sand below, 4 figures stumbled out of the darkness. They blinked in the sudden light of the artificial sky. What is this place? Hecarim, the leader, spun around, sword drawn. Outside? No, it's a ceiling. A fake sky. Incredible, Archie breathed, her eyes scanning the mana in the air. The magic required to maintain this, it's impossible. Welcome. A voice boomed. Ainz floated down from the VIP box, his obsidian armor gleaming. I stayed in the shadows of the balcony, watching. I am Ainz Olgaun, my father announced, spreading his arms. Master of this tomb. And you are the thieves who have broken into my home. Foresight froze. The pressure Ainz released was palpable. Despair Aura V, immediate death chance for low levels. He dialed it down to just terror. We didn't know. Hecarim shouted, stepping in front of his team. The ruins were abandoned. We accepted a quest. A quest to steal, Ainz countered coldly. You came for gold. You found death. That is the risk of your profession. We can apologize. Imina, the elf ranger, yelled. We'll leave. We'll return anything we found. Leave? Ainz laughed. It was a dark, rattling sound. Nobody leaves Nazarick. But I am a generous host. I will give you a chance. Ainz raised his hand. Defeat me. If you win, you go free. With enough gold to live like kings. Hecarim looked at his team. They were terrified, but they were seasoned workers. They knew when to fight. We have no choice, Roberdic, the cleric, said, gripping his mace. He's an undead caster. If we rush him. Formation. Hecarim roared. They charged. It was brave. It was coordinated. Hecarim used twin blade slash. Imina fired sniper arrows. Roberdick cast Turn Undead. Archie cast Lightning. It was useless. Ainz didn't even move. He took the hits. The arrows bounced off his armor. The sword strike didn't scratch him. The lightning fizzled. High-tier physical nullification, Archie realized, her voice breaking. High-tier magic immunity. He's invincible. Ainz sighed. Disappointing. Is this the best humanity has to offer? He raised his staff. Grasp heart. Wait. I jumped over the railing. I didn't use magic to slow my fall. I landed in the sand with a heavy thud, kicking up dust. I stood between Ainz and the team. Hadrian. Ainz paused, the spell fading from his hand. What are you doing? Interfering, I said. I turned to Foresight. They looked at me, a second monster. I was in my skeletal form, wearing the starry cape. My green eyes burned. You, Archie gasped. Evans. She recognized me. Even as a skeleton. Maybe it was the posture. Maybe it was the mana signature. Hi, Archie, I said. Told you not to come. You're one of them. Hecarim stepped back, horror dawning on him. The adventurer, you were a monster the whole time. Prince of monsters, I corrected. And I gave you a bag of platinum. I gave you an out. You walked right past it. We had to. Archie screamed. My sisters, my parents. I know, I said. That's the only reason you aren't a smudge on the floor right now. I turned to Ainz. Dad. Let me handle them. Hadrian, Ainz warned. They are invaders. They insulted the guild by stepping foot here with muddy boots. They must die. Killing them is a waste, I argued. They have skills. They have teamwork. And I need a retinue. A retinue? Ainz tilted his head. I'm the prince, I said. I can't do everything myself. I need agents who can walk in sunlight without burning. I need humans who know the world. They are thieves, Albedo shouted from the balcony. They cannot be trusted. Trust is earned, I said. Or enforced. I looked back at Foresight. Here's the deal, I said. New game. You fight me. 1 versus 4. And if we win? Hecarim asked, sweat dripping down his face. If you win, I open a gate. You walk out. Alive. And if we lose? I grinned. Then you belong to me. Soul, body, and mind. You serve Nazarick. Forever. They exchanged glances. Slavery or death? It wasn't a hard choice. We accept, Hecarim said. Good. I cracked my knuckles. Come at me. And don't hold back. Because I won't. The fight started instantly. Hecarim was fast. He used limit break. He blurred forward, aiming for my knees. Smart. Skeletons have weak joints. I didn't dodge. I stomped. Depulso. I cast the banishing charm through my foot. The ground exploded. Hecarim was launched backward, tumbling across the sand. Cover fire. Imina shouted. She fired 3 arrows. Magic arrow. Acid arrow. Fire arrow. I spun my staff. Protego. The arrows hit the invisible barrier and disintegrated. Roberdick. Buffs. Archie yelled. She was casting fly, taking to the air. Lion's heart. Angelic ward. Reinforce armor. The cleric was shouting spells, glowing with holy light. I looked at him. Silence, I whispered. Silencio. Roberdick opened his mouth to cast another spell, but no sound came out. He choked, clawing at his throat. A caster who can't speak is a sitting duck. Strike from above. Archie yelled. Thunderball. A ball of lightning shot down at me. I raised my hand. I caught it. Using energy drain, I absorbed the mana. The lightning crackled over my bones, tickling. Tasty, I said. I looked at Archie. My turn. Apparition. I vanished. I reappeared in the air, directly behind her. Boo! She screamed, spinning around. She tried to blast me, but I grabbed her staff. Expelliarmus. The staff flew out of her hands. I grabbed her collar. Down you go. I threw her. Gently-ish. She crashed into the sand pile below. Hecarim was back on his feet. He charged again. Let her go. He swung his dual swords. I blocked with my bare hand. My bone fingers caught the blades. You're slow, I said. I twisted his swords, snapping the blades. Then I backhanded him. He flew 10 feet and hit the wall. He didn't get up. Imina tried to run. Incarcerus. Ropes shot out of thin air. They wrapped around her, binding her tight. She fell over, struggling. Roberdick swung his mace at my head. I caught the mace. I looked into his eyes. Sleep, I commanded. Stupefy. Red light flashed. He crumpled. I landed on the sand. Archie was the only one conscious. She was crawling backward, terrified. She had lost her staff. She had lost her team. I walked toward her. My shadow stretched long over her. You lost, I said. Please. She sobbed. My sisters. Kuturu. Euryrica, they're alone. I know, I said. I crouched down. I reached into my inventory. I pulled out a collar. A magical item. A slave collar. Put it on, I said. Archie stared at it. Slavery. It's protection, I said. As long as you wear this, the NPCs can't kill you. You become property of the air. It means you're safe. She looked at her fallen friends. Hecarim was groaning. Imina was tied up. Roberdick was out cold. And them, she asked. Them too. Package deal. She took the collar. Her hands were shaking. She clicked it around her neck. It glowed green, then faded. Good girl, I said. I stood up. I turned to the VIP box. Dad. Match over. I win. Ainz clapped slowly. A flawless victory. You dismantled them in under 60 seconds. So, I gestured to the battered team. Can I keep them? Ainz looked at Foresight. He looked at Archie, who was huddled on the ground. You are soft, Hadrian, Ainz said. But there was no anger in his voice. You spare the worms. I recycle, I said. Archie is a magic caster. She can teach me the new world magic system. Roberdick is a priest, I can study holy magic without burning. Hecarim and Imina, well, they can carry things. Ainz chuckled. Very well. They are yours. Do with them as you please. But they are your responsibility. If they betray us, then I'll kill them myself, I promised. I looked back at Archie. Get your friends up, I ordered. We're going to my floor. You have work to do. Archie looked up. Tears were streaming down her face, but she nodded. Yes. Master. Later. The 9th floor. Hadrian's wing. I had them moved to a guest room. Well, a cell that looked like a guest room. It had beds, food, and a bathroom, but the door was locked by a Tier 10 spell. I walked in. They were awake. Hecarim was nursing a bruised jaw. They all flinched when I entered. Relax, I said, pulling up a chair. I'm not going to eat you. You enslaved us, Hecarim spat. We're prisoners. You're alive, I countered. Do you know what happened to the other teams? Heavy Masher. Greenleaf. They went pale. Cockroach food, I said brutally. Tortured to death. Used for experiments. You four. You won the lottery. I looked at Archie. What's your parents' debt? I asked. 300 gold coins, she whispered. I reached into my pocket. I pulled out a heavy sack. I tossed it onto the bed. There's 500, I said. Archie stared at the bag. She opened it. Platinum coins spilled out. Why? She asked, her voice trembling. We are your slaves. Slaves need peace of mind to work efficiently, I said. And I don't like debt. It's messy. I stood up. Here's your first mission. Tomorrow, I'm going to the capital. The Reincarnated kingdom. There's a demon invasion coming. Demon invasion? Roberdick asked. Jaldabaoth, I said. A nasty piece of work. I need you to come with me. You'll act as my retinue. You'll tell everyone that Bevins is a powerful noble who saved you from the ruins. You want us to lie? Imina asked. I want you to spin a legend, I smiled. And in exchange. Archie, I'll let you send that money to your sisters. I'll even have Seabass deliver it personally to make sure your parents don't squander it. Archie fell to her knees. She grabbed my hand, my skeletal hand, and pressed her forehead to it. Thank you, she sobbed. Thank you, master. Don't call me master, I said, pulling my hand away gently. Call me Hadrian. Or boss. Master sounds kinky. I walked to the door. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, we go to war. And try not to die. I invested a lot of gold in you. I locked the door behind me. I leaned against the wall in the hallway. You are too kind, Woof. Pestonia was standing there. She had witnessed everything. I'm pragmatic, I said. No, Pestonia wagged her tail. You are good. Lord Ainz is justice. But you are mercy. Mercy gets you killed, Pestonia, I pushed off the wall. Or, the maid dog said wisely, it builds loyalty that fear cannot. I smiled. Maybe. Let's hope so. I walked away. The invasion of the capital was next. Demiurge's script was ready. Jaldabaoth was coming. And I had a date with a princess. The royal capital of Reincarnated. The city was on edge. Rumors of a demonic disturbance had spread. I arrived in a carriage. A fancy one, pulled by undead horses disguised as thoroughbreds. Foresight was with me. They were washed, healed, and wearing new gear provided by Nazarick. They looked like elite guards. We checked into the most expensive hotel in the noble district. Act natural, I told them. You are the survivors of the tomb. You are traumatized but grateful to me, the enigmatic Lord Evans. Got it, Hecarim grumbled, adjusting his new armor. It was adamantite class. He liked it, even if he hated the source. That night, the sky turned red. A wall of fire erupted around the warehouse district. It begins, I said, watching from the balcony. Jaldabaoth, Archie whispered, sensing the mana. That power, it's like Lord Ainz. It's Demiurge, I said. He's playing the villain. Which means I get to play the hero. I grabbed my staff. I changed my form. I wasn't Hadrian the skeleton. I was Ainz the adventurer again. Suit up, Foresight, I ordered. We're going to save the city. We ran toward the fire. The streets were chaos. Demons, low-level ones, were rampaging. City guards were dying. Clear the path. I shouted. Sectum Sempra. I slashed my wand. 3 demons were sliced into ribbons. Protect the civilians. I ordered Foresight. They moved. They were professionals. Roberdick cast barriers. Hecarim and Imina engaged the demons. Archie blasted them with lightning. We carved a path to the center of the disturbance. There, standing amidst the flames, was Blue Roses. Locuse, Evili, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia. They were fighting a losing battle against a horde of demons. Locuse. I shouted. She turned. Her face was smeared with soot. She saw me. Evans, she yelled, relief flooding her voice. You came. I told you, I said, stepping up beside her. I owe you a dance. I looked at the massive wall of fire. Behind it, Demiurge was waiting. Let's crash this party, I grinned. Locuse looked at me. Then at Foresight fighting behind me. Who are they? She asked. New friends, I said. Now, are we killing demons or just looking pretty? Locuse drew Kilinirim. The cursed sword hummed. Let's kill them all, she said. We charged into the fire together. Chapter 7 and Chapter 7, The Mercy of Death. The air inside the great tomb of Nazareth didn't just smell like stone and dust, it smelled like anticipation. It was a heavy, electric feeling, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks, but magnified by 1,000 because the storm wasn't rain. It was a literal god of death waiting to drop the hammer on some unsuspecting burglars. I was pacing in the VIP box of the amphitheater on the 6th floor. My skeletal boots clicked rhythmically against the stone floor, a sound that seemed to annoy the dark elf twins sitting on the railing. Lord Hadrian, you're making a trench in the floor, Orabella Fiora said, kicking her legs. She was wearing her usual dragon-scale leather outfit, looking like a tomboy ready to wrestle a beast. Are you nervous? You shouldn't be. They're just intruders. Weak ones. I'm not nervous, Aura, I said, stopping my pacing to lean against a pillar. I'm conflicted. There's a difference. Conflicted? Mayor Bello Fiore squeaked from beside his sister. He clutched his staff, looking at me with wide, mismatched eyes. Be because we have to kill them? Because killing them is a waste, I corrected, crossing my arms. My robe, the star cloak I'd equipped for the occasion, shimmered as if galaxies were swirling in the fabric. And because one of them doesn't deserve to be here. None of them do, really. They were baited. By us. I looked up at the magical screens floating in the center of the arena. They displayed live feeds from the security network. The mirror of remote viewing was a handy little tool that acted like the world's most invasive CCTV system. On the screen, I saw them. The workers. There were 4 teams in total. Green Leaf. Heavy Masher. Tenmu. And Foresight. They were moving through the upper ruins on the surface, thinking they were exploring a long-forgotten crypt. They had no idea they were walking into the gullet of a beast that had eaten entire raid parties of max-level players back in Yggdrasil. Look at them, I muttered. Greedy. Desperate. Stupid. They are thieves, a deep voice boomed from the shadows behind me. Ainz Olgaun, my father and the overlord of this place, stepped into the light. He looked magnificent today. He wasn't wearing his adventurer disguise. He was in full regalia, the obsidian divine-class robes, the rings on every finger, the staff of Ainz Olgaun floating beside him. He radiated an aura of absolute majesty that made the air feel thin. They have entered our home uninvited, Ainz continued, stopping beside me to watch the screens. They seek to steal the treasures left behind by my friends. By your creators. To rob us is to spit on their memory. Mercy is not owed to them. I looked at him. I saw the red flames in his eye sockets flaring with genuine anger. To Ainz, Nazarick wasn't just a base. It was a shrine. It was the only physical proof that his friends had existed. These workers weren't just burglars, they were desecrating a holy site. I know, Dad, I said softly. I get it. Really. But we invited them. We leaked the location. We paid the Emperor to send them. We set the table, cooked the food, and now we're mad they showed up for dinner. It is a test, Ainz stated, though his voice lacked its usual certainty when he spoke to me. If they are strong enough to survive, they earn the right to speak. If they die to the traps, then they were trash. I watched the screen again. Heavy Masher had just entered the teleportation trap that led to the black capsule. I winced. I knew what was in there. Kyuhuku. The Duke of Terror. A giant cockroach who commanded legions of flesh-eating roaches. It wasn't a fight, it was a buffet. Greenleaf was heading for the frozen prison on the 5th floor. Cocytus and his frost virgins were waiting. They would be statues within minutes. Tenmu, led by that arrogant elf who treated his elven slaves like cattle, was heading to the torture chambers. I felt zero sympathy for him. Neuronist Painkill would have fun with his kidney stones. But then there was Foresight. Hecarim Termite. Imena. Roberdic Galtron. And Archie Eeb Ryle Furt. They were moving cautiously. They were covering each other. They were a real team. They're heading for the arena, I noted. I rigged the teleportation grid like we discussed. Good, Ainz nodded. I wish to see them personally. They seem competent. Hecarim has a warrior's stance. The caster, Archie, she has potential. She has sisters, I blurted out. Ainz turned his skull toward me. Excuse me. Archie, I pointed at the blonde girl on the screen. She's doing this to pay off a debt. Her parents are noble idiots who spend money they don't have. If she dies here, her little sisters get sold into slavery. Or worse. Ainz was silent for a moment. The red lights dimmed slightly. That is tragic, he admitted. But the world is full of tragedy, Hadrian. We cannot save every stray puppy that wanders into our yard. I'm not asking to save every puppy, I said, my voice hardening. I'm asking to save the one that has value. And frankly, I don't want to be the kind of king who slaughters desperate people just to flex. That's Voldemort behavior. And I hated that guy. Voldemort, Ainz repeated the name. He knew my history. He knew about the Dark Lord I had defeated. You see parallels? I see a slippery slope, I said. Today it's thieves. Tomorrow it's a village that didn't bow low enough. Next week it's a kingdom. I want us to rule, Dad. Not just destroy. Ainz looked back at the screen. Foresight had just triggered the teleport trap. The world swirled around them. Very well, Ainz said. Let us go down. We will greet our guests. And we will see if their will to live is stronger than their greed. The transition from the waiting room to the arena floor was dramatic. The massive iron portcullis groaned upward, the sound echoing like thunder. Inside the arena, the 4 members of Foresight stumbled out of the darkness. They were blinking, disoriented by the sudden shift from cramped stone corridors to a vast, open space. What is this? Hecarim gasped, spinning around. He held 2 swords, his stance defensive but shaky. We were just in a hallway. How are we outside? It's not outside, Imena, the half-elf archer, said, pointing up. Look at the sky. It's wrong. It was. The sky above the 6th floor was a masterpiece of magic, a perpetual twilight with clouds that moved in a loop. But if you looked closely with magical sight, you could see the seams of the illusion. The mana density here is suffocating, Archie whispered. She was clutching her staff so hard her knuckles were white. Her talent, all-seeing eyes, allowed her to see magical power. Right now, she was probably seeing enough mana to choke a dragon. This isn't a ruin. This is a fortress. An active one. Welcome. Ainz's voice was amplified by magic. It hit them like a physical wave of force. The 4 workers jumped. They looked up toward the VIP box. Ainz cast fly. He drifted down from the balcony, his cape billowing as if caught in a storm that didn't exist. He landed in the center of the arena, creating a small dust cloud. I didn't fly. I used apparition. Crack. I appeared 10 feet to Ainz's right. The sudden noise made the workers flinch. I stood tall, my skeletal face masked by a deep hood, but my green eyes burned through the fabric. I held the staff of the void loosely in my right hand. I am Ainz Olgaun, my father announced, spreading his arms wide. Master of this great tomb. And this is my son, Hadrian Olgaun. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence. Hecarim took a step back. Ainz. Olgaun. The sorcerer. You have heard of me? Ainz asked, sounding amused. The adventurer Mammon spoke of a mighty magic caster, Hecarim stammered, trying to find his footing. But, we thought this was an abandoned ruin. We didn't know it was occupied. A lie, Ainz said. The temperature in the arena dropped. You came here to steal. You saw the gold at the entrance. You saw the pristine condition of the halls. You knew someone maintained this place, yet you pressed on. Greed drove you here. We are workers. Roberdick, the priest in heavy armor, shouted. We explore the unknown. If we have trespassed, we apologize. We will leave immediately and never return. Leave. I spoke up for the first time. My voice was different from Ainz. His was deep and regal. Mine was sharper, colder, layered with a weird echo from the Master of Death traits. You think you can just ring the doorbell, kick the dog, and then walk away when the owner comes out with a shotgun? We didn't kick any dog. Imina yelled. You killed the skeletons in the courtyard, I pointed out. Those were low level, sure, but they were staff. You broke my property. We can pay. Hecarim offered desperately. We have gold. We'll give you everything we have. Ainz laughed. It was a terrifying sound. Pay me? With what? The coins you picked up off my floor. You have nothing I want. Except your lives. Ainz raised his hand. Dark energy began to gather in his palm. However, Ainz said, pausing. I am a merciful host. I will give you a chance. The workers looked up, hope flickering in their eyes. Defeat me, Ainz said. If you can defeat me in combat, I will let you go. I will even give you enough gold to retire. Hecarim looked at his team. They exchanged glances. It was a suicide pact, and they knew it. But a 1% chance was better than 0%. Just you? Hecarim asked. Or both of you? Ainz chuckled. Just me. If Hadrian were to join in, it wouldn't be a battle. It would be an execution. Hey, I muttered. I'm not that bad. You are worse, Ainz whispered to me. You have no sense of theatrical pacing. You just hit them with instant death mechanics. Hecarim took a deep breath. All right. One caster. We can do this. Formation. They moved. They were fast. Limit break. Twin blades. Hecarim charged, his body glowing with martial arts buffs. Magic arrow. Imina fired a barrage of homing missiles. Turn undead. Lion's heart. Roberdick cast buffs on Hecarim and tried to debuff Ainz. Lightning. Archie cast a tier 3 spell. It was a coordinated, perfect assault. Against a normal monster, it would have been devastating. Against Ainz, it was rain on a mountain. Ainz stood there. He didn't cast a shield. The arrows hit his robe and shattered. The sword struck his shoulder and bounced off with a metallic clang. The lightning washed over him and vanished. Is that it? Ainz asked, sounding genuinely bored. High-tier physical immunity blocks all attacks below level 60. Your weapons are twigs. Monster. Hecarim gasped, backing away. He's immune to everything. Not everything, Ainz corrected. Just, you. Ainz raised a finger. Grasp heart. A spectral heart appeared in his hand. He squeezed. Hecarim clutched his chest, eyes rolling back, and oh. I moved. I didn't use a spell. I used Accio. Accio Hecarim. I yanked the warrior toward me with telekinetic force. He flew through the air, escaping the range of Ainz' spell just as the spectral heart shattered. Hecarim hit the sand at my feet, gasping for air, clutching his chest. He was alive. Barely. The stun effect of the spell still hit him, but the instant death hadn't triggered because the target had been displaced out of the immediate casting vector, a loophole I discovered. Ainz' single-target death spells needed line-of-sight confirmation at the moment of completion. Ainz froze. He turned to me slowly. Hadrian, he said. His voice was dangerously low. You interfered. The entire arena went silent. Aura and Mare stood up in the VIP box, terrified. The NPCs hiding in the shadows held their breath. I did, I said, stepping between Ainz and the terrified workers. Why? Ainz asked. They are filth. They lied to me. Hecarim just tried to claim he knew my friends. He tried to manipulate my memories of the supreme beings. He was bluffing, I said. He's desperate, Dad. People say stupid things when they're staring at the Grim Reaper. That is no excuse. Ainz roared. The ground shook. He dared to soil the name of the guild. So punish him. I shouted back. But don't just delete him. That's easy. That's boring. I walked up to Ainz. I was almost as tall as him now. Let me handle them, I said. You. Ainz tilted his skull. You said you wanted to test them, I said. Well, they failed your test because your test is, be level 100 or die. That's not a test, that's a filter. Let me test them. My way. And what is your way? The meat grinder, I said, turning to look at Foresight. They were huddled together, Hecarim coughing, Archie crying, Roberdick praying. I'll fight them. All 4 of them. No immunities. No instant death spells. Just skill versus skill. And the stakes? Ainz asked. If they win, I lied, I open a gate and they walk. If they lose, they belong to me. Not to the torturer. To me. As thralls. Ainz stared at me. The red flames flickered. He was calculating. He knew I was soft. He knew I was trying to save them. But he also knew I was stubborn. You wish to claim them as pets? Ainz asked disdainfully. As tools, I corrected. We need agents, remember? People who can go into the kingdom without causing a panic. Archie is a noble. Hecarim knows the underworld. They have value. Ainz sighed. The green aura of emotional suppression flashed, calming his rage. Very well, Ainz said. If you defeat them, their lives are yours. But do not disappoint me, Hadrian. If they prove useless, I will give them to Gashikukachu. Deal. Ainz floated back up to the balcony. Entertain me, my son. I turned back to Foresight. They were looking at me with a mix of horror and confusion. They had just seen me argue with a god and win. Get up, I ordered. Hecarim staggered to his feet, supported by Roberdick. You're Evans. The adventurer. I was playing a role, I said, throwing off my heavy cloak. Underneath, I wore a sleek, blackened combat tunic that allowed for movement. My skeletal arms were exposed, gleaming white in the artificial light. Just like you're playing the role of competent warriors. Let's see if you can act the part. You want to fight us 1v4? Imina asked, knocking an arrow. Without immunity? I don't need immunity to beat you, I said, spinning my staff. It hummed with necrotic power. I have magic you've never seen. I have reflexes you can't track. And I have one advantage you don't. What's that? Archie asked, her voice trembling. I can't die, I grinned. You can. I drew a line in the sand with my staff. Cross this line, and school is in session. Hecarim gritted his teeth. We have no choice. If we beat him, we live. Everyone. Give it everything. Kill him. They charged. This time, I didn't stand still. Crack. I operat. I appeared in the center of their formation. Depulso. I slammed my hand into the ground. A shockwave of banishing force erupted outward in a 360-degree circle. The sand exploded. Foresight was blown off their feet. Hecarim tumbled backward. Imina was knocked into the air. Roberdick slammed his shield down to tank it, sliding back 10 feet. Only Archie managed to fly up in time. Lightning, she screamed, firing a bolt at me. I didn't block it. I raised my left hand. Protego Duo. A shield shimmering with blue light appeared. The lightning hit it and refracted, splitting into harmless sparks. Class is in session, I shouted over the noise. Lesson 1, Elemental magic is useless if you telegraph your cast. I pointed my staff at Archie. Expelliarmus. A red jet of light shot up. It hit Archie square in the chest. It didn't hurt her, but the disarming force was massive. Her staff was ripped from her hands and flew across the arena. My staff, she cried, losing altitude as her flight spell wavered without her focus. Roberdick. Heal Hecarim. Imina shouted, firing 3 arrows at my head. Triple shot. I spun my staff like a baton. Deflect. The wood of my staff was harder than steel. I batted the arrows out of the air. Clack. 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 Lesson 2, I said, turning to Imina. Arrows are slow. I vanished again. Apparition. I reappeared directly behind Imina. Boo. She spun around, drawing a dagger. Die. She stabbed me. The dagger hit my ribs. Crack. It didn't break my bone. It broke the dagger. My bones were reinforced with data crystals. Nice try, I said. Incarcerus. Ropes shot out of thin air, wrapping around her like a constrictor snake. She fell to the ground, bound hand and foot. Imina. Hecarim roared. He was back on his feet. You bastard. He activated limit break again. He was fast. He was angry. He swung his dual blades in a whirlwind of steel. I didn't use magic this time. I wanted to test my melee stats. I ducked under his first swing. I sidestepped the second. I could see it. His muscles tensing. His eyes tracking. It was like watching a movie in slow motion. My agility stat was simply too high. Too emotional, I critiqued, dodging a decapitation strike. You're overextending. You're leaving your midsection open. He thrust. I stepped inside his guard. I dropped my staff and grabbed his wrists. My skeletal fingers clamped down on his armor. Gotcha. I headbutt him. Thwack. My skull against his helmet. His helmet dented. He staggered back, dazed. I didn't feel a thing. Stupefy. I pointed a finger at his chest. A bolt of red light hit him point blank. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed face first into the sand. 2 down. Roberdick charged me, shield raised. Holy ray. A beam of light shot from his mace. This one actually stung. It hit my shoulder, sizzling against the bone. Ow, I hissed. Okay, holy magic hurts. Noted. I glared at him. You're a priest, I said. You rely on your voice. I waved my hand. Silencio. Roberdick opened his mouth to cast heal, but no sound came out. He panicked, clutching his throat. Lesson 3, I said, walking toward him. Silence the healer first. I grabbed his shield. With a heave of supernatural strength, I ripped it out of his hands and tossed it aside like a frisbee. Petrificus totalis. His arms and legs snapped together. He fell over, stiff as a board, his eyes darting around in terror. 3 down. I looked up. Archie was hovering near the ceiling, panting. She was the last one left. Come down, Archie, I called out. No. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. You monster. You took them. Give them back. She began to cast. She was overcharging her mana. She was going to use everything she had. Maximize magic, Thunderball. A massive sphere of lightning formed above her. It was impressive for a human. It might even scratch me. Avada. I started the incantation, then stopped. No. Not that one. I sighed. Fine. Hard way. I pointed my staff at the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. But I didn't target a feather. I targeted a massive boulder in the arena decoration. The boulder lifted. Go. I flicked my wand. The boulder shot up like a cannonball. It slammed into her thunderball, detonating it prematurely. Boom. The explosion rocked the arena. Smoke billowed. Archie fell. She tumbled out of the smoke, unconscious or dazed, plummeting toward the hard stone floor. Cushioning charm. I shouted. Arresto momentum. She slowed down inches from the ground, landing softly on the sand. Silence returned to the arena. I stood in the center. Hecarim was out cold. Imina was tied up. Roberdick was paralyzed. Archie was sleeping. I looked up at the VIP box. Done, I said, breathing heavily, not from exertion, but from the adrenaline of restraint. It is remarkably hard to fight ants without stepping on them. Ainz clapped slowly. Impressive control, Hadrian. You dismantled an adamantite-class team in under 3 minutes without killing a single one. I used a lot of mana, I admitted, picking up my staff. But yeah. They're beaten. I walked over to Archie. She was stirring. I knelt beside her. Hey, I said softly. Wake up. Her eyes fluttered open. She saw my skull face. She scrambled back, hitting the wall. Stay back, she shrieked. It's over, Archie, I said. You lost. She looked around. She saw her team. Defeated. Captured. Are they dead? She whispered. No. Just sleeping. Or tied up. She looked at me, confusion warring with fear. Why? Why didn't you kill us? Because I made a deal with the boss, I said, thumbing toward Ainz. You belong to me now. I reached into my inventory. I pulled out 4 metal collars. They were engraved with runes of binding and tracking. Put this on, I tossed one to her. She stared at it. A slave collar? A protection charm, I corrected. As long as you wear that, the NPCs in this tomb won't eat you. It marks you as property of the heir. It means you're off limits. She hesitated. Her pride as a noble, as a free worker, warred with her survival instinct. Archie, I said, leaning in. Think of your sisters. Kutaru and Urairika. If you die here, who takes care of them? Your parents. We both know they'll sell them the moment the debt collectors come knocking. That broke her. She snatched the collar. Her hands shook as she clasped it around her neck. It clicked shut, glowing soft green. I accept, she sobbed. Please. Just let me live. Let me save them. Good girl, I said. I stood up and walked to the others. I slapped collars on Hecarin, Imina, and Roberdick. I woke them up with a renovate. They were angry. They were humiliated. But when they saw Archie wearing one, and when I explained the situation, they submitted. They were practical people. Life as a slave was better than death as a zombie. Take them to the guest wing on the 9th floor, I ordered the Death Knights that marched onto the field. Guard them. Feed them. But if they try to leave the room, break their legs. Yes, my lord, the Death Knights saluted. As they were dragged away, Archie looked back at me. Evans. She whispered. Who are you really? I pulled my hood back up. I'm the guy who gave you a second chance, I said. Don't waste it. 2 days later. The guest wing. I walked into the room where Foresight was being held. It was comfortable, luxurious, even. Ainz believed that valuable assets should be maintained well. They were sitting around a table, eating food that was vastly superior to anything they could afford on the outside. They stood up when I entered. The collars on their necks hummed. Sit, I waved my hand. How's the food? Pestonia makes a mean steak. It's good, Hecarin admitted. He looked tired, but healthy. Better than the gruel we expected. Look, I said, pulling up a chair. Let's cut the crap. You hate me. I get it. I enslaved you. But I also saved you from being eaten by cockroaches. So we're even. Even. Imina scoffed. We're prisoners. You're employees with a lifetime contract, I corrected. And today is your first day of work. I tossed a bag onto the table. It landed with a heavy clink. Archie looked at it. What is this? Open it. She undid the strings. Platinum coins spilled out. Her eyes widened. This is 500 platinum, I said. Enough to pay your parents' debt. Enough to buy your sisters back. Enough to set them up for life. Archie stared at me. Why? We failed the mission. This isn't payment for the mission, I said. This is a signing bonus. Sebastian, our butler, is going to the Empire tomorrow. He will deliver this to your house. He will ensure your parents pay the debt. And he will move your sisters to a safe house in Carne Village. Archie started to cry. Ugly, heaving sobs. She fell to her knees, grabbing the edge of my robe. Thank you. She choked out. Oh gods, thank you. Don't thank me yet, I said, looking at the rest of them. Because the price is high. You 4 work for me now. And the work is dangerous. What work? Hecarim asked. He seemed to have accepted his fate, seeing Archie's relief. We're going to the Reincarnated kingdom, I said. The capital. There's a demon invasion coming. Demons? Roberdick asked. Big ones, I said. My father, let's just say he's orchestrating a little event to solidify our political standing. A demon named Jaldabaoth is going to attack the city. I need a retinue. I need witnesses who can say, wow, that Lord Ainz is so strong and heroic. You want us to be your hype men? Imina asked, raising an eyebrow. Basically, I grinned. You will act as my elite guard. You will fight the low-level demons. You will save civilians. And you will make sure everyone knows that the Sorcerer Kingdom is here to help. Propaganda, Hecarim muttered. Survival, I countered. Do this, and you live well. You get to see your families. You get power. Refuse, and the cockroaches are still hungry. Hecarim looked at his team. They nodded. We're in, Hecarim said. Boss. Good answer. The royal capital of Reincarnated. The city was burning. It was night, but the sky was choked with orange light. A massive wall of fire, a spell called Gehenna, encircled the warehouse district. Inside that ring of fire, hell had broken loose. I stood on a rooftop overlooking the chaos. I was dressed as Ainz again, wearing my adventurer gear, but I had upgraded it. My staff was disguised as a fancy noble's cane. Behind me stood Foresight. They were decked out in high-tier gear from Nazarik's treasury. Black armor, enchanted weapons. They looked like a Spec Ops team. All right, I said, pointing at the wall of fire. That's the target. Inside is Jaldabaoth, aka Demiurge. He's acting the part of a demon lord. Our job is to breach the wall, save the hostages, and drive him back. Demiurge. Archie shivered. She had sensed his power back in the tomb. He's a monster on par with Ainz, isn't he? He's smarter, I warned. Don't engage him directly. If you see the guy in the red suit, run. Focus on the minions. Understood, Hecarim said, drawing his new runic swords. Let's go be heroes, I said. We leaped from the roof. We landed in the streets. Demons, grotesque, red-skinned brutes, were dragging civilians out of houses. Clear them out. I ordered. Foresight moved. They were sharper now. The training I had forced them through in the last 2 days, mostly dodging my spells, had sharpened their reflexes. Hecarim sliced through a demon like butter. Imina nailed a demon in the eye from 50 yards. Archie blasted a group with lightning. Save the civilians. Roberdick shouted, casting barriers around a terrified family. We cut a path toward the fire. Suddenly, I felt a familiar mana signature. Hold up, I signaled. Ahead of us, fighting a desperate battle against a group of hellhounds, was a team of adventurers. Blue roses. Lockuse was there, her cursed sword Kilinirim glowing purple. Evil Eye was blasting magic. Gagarin was swinging her warhammer. But they were tired. They were outnumbered. Lockuse. I shouted. The blonde leader turned. Her face was smeared with soot and blood. She saw me. Ainz, she gasped. You're here. I told you I'd be around, I said, striding forward. A hellhound leaped at her blind spot. Bombarda. I pointed my cane. The spell hit the hound mid-air, blasting it into chunk of meat. I stepped up beside Lockuse. Looks like you're having a rough night, I said casually. It's Jaldabaoth, Lockuse panted, leaning on her sword. He's unstoppable. He took the warehouse district. He has thousands of hostages. She looked at the people behind me. Foresight. Who are they? She asked. My retinue, I said. Found them in the Empire. They owe me a favor. I looked at the wall of fire. It roared into the sky, hot enough to melt stone. We need to get in there, I said. We can't, Evil Eye said, her mask reflecting the flames. That fire, it's not normal. It burns magic. If we try to cross, we'll be incinerated. Maybe you will, I said. I stepped forward. I held out my hand toward the fire. But I have a trick for that. I looked at Locuse. Trust me? I asked. She looked at me. Into my eyes. She remembered the duel. She remembered how I silenced her sword. Yes, she said. Good. I raised my staff. Aguamenti Maxima. A jet of water? No. A torrent. A river of water exploded from my staff, amplified by my immense mana pool. But not just water. Holy water. I infused it with positive energy. The water hit the demon fire. Steam hissed, screaming like a dying beast. The fire parted. I carved a tunnel through the flames. Move! I shouted. Everyone inside. Tonight, we take back the city. As we ran into the inferno, I caught Locuse looking at me. Not with suspicion. But with hope. And for the first time since I woke up as a skeleton, I felt like I was actually doing something right. The stage was set. Jaldabaoth was waiting. The Seraph was coming. And Harry Potter was ready to flip the table. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Capital Burns. The heat inside the wall of fire wasn't just hot, it was angry. You know that feeling when you open an oven to check on a roast and the wave of heat smacks you in the face? Imagine that, but the oven is the size of a city district, the roast is stone and timber, and the heat is actively trying to eat your soul. That's what standing inside the spell Gehenna felt like. Keep moving. I shouted over the roar of the flames. Don't touch the walls. That's not normal fire, it's hellfire. It doesn't burn, it erases. I was leading the charge through the steam tunnel I'd carved with Aguamenti Maxima. The water on the cobblestones was hissing, evaporating almost as fast as it hit the ground, creating a thick, humid fog that smelled like wet dog and sulfur. Behind me, the makeshift alliance of Foresight and Blue Roses was coughing and sprinting. This is insane. Hecarim yelled, his voice cracking. He was running with his dual swords drawn, looking at the towering walls of flame on either side of us. We're running into the inferno. Better than waiting outside for them to cook the hostages. I shouted back. We burst out of the steam tunnel and into the warehouse district proper. It was a war zone. The sky was choked with orange smoke. The buildings, mostly wooden storehouses, were either burning or already piles of ash. And swarming through the streets were demons. Not the low-level imps we'd seen earlier. These were the real deal. Towering brutes with red skin, horned heads, and massive clubs. Formation. Locuse barked instantly. Despite the soot smearing her face and the exhaustion in her eyes, she snapped into leader mode. Blue Roses fanned out. Gagarin, the muscle-bound warrior woman, slammed her warhammer into the ground, cracking the pavement. Evil Eye, the masked magic caster, floated up into the air, her cape swirling. The ninja twins, Tina and Tia, vanished into the shadows. Foresight, on me. I ordered. We cover the left flank. Blue Roses takes the right. We meet in the center plaza. Got it, boss. Archie yelled. She raised her staff, the one I'd returned to her, and began casting. Reinforce armor. Fly. Magic shield. Incoming. Imina screamed. A group of 5 demons, level 30 hellhounds, lunged from the wreckage of a burning bakery. They were fast, drooling liquid fire, their eyes glowing like coals. I got M. Gagarin roared. Earth impact. She swung her hammer. The shockwave tore up the street, sending 3 of the hounds flying. But 2 slipped past, heading straight for Lockuse. Lockuse didn't flinch. She drew Kilinirim. The demonic sword pulsed with a violet light that cut through the orange haze. Dark blade. She slashed. A wave of shadow energy bisected the first hound. Clean cut. The demon dissolved into black particles. But the second hound was mid-air, jaws snapping for her throat. Reducto. I didn't even look. I just pointed my cane, which was my staff disguised, and fired. The spell hit the hound in the ribs. The Reducto curse blasts solid objects into dust. The hound's torso disintegrated. The front half and back half fell to the ground separately. Lockuse looked at me, a quick nod of thanks. Nice shot, Evans. Don't mention it, I grinned, though the adrenaline was spiking. Let's clear the trash. We moved forward, a grinder of steel and magic pushing against the tide of demons. It was brutal work. Every 10 feet, another wave hit us. Fireball. Evil Eye shouted from above. Explosions rocked the street. She was powerful, probably around level 50 by Yggdrasil standards. A landfall vampire disguised as a human kid. I could smell the undead aura on her, masked by layers of perfume and magic items. She was watching me, I knew it. She was suspicious of how much mana I had. Evans. Evil Eye called down. At 12 o'clock. A giant. I looked up. Looming out of the smoke was a gigant-type demon. It was 20 feet tall, holding a tree trunk as a club. It roared, a sound that rattled my teeth. Gagarin. Can you take it? Lockuse shouted. It's big. Gagarin laughed, spinning her hammer. I like M big. She charged. The giant swung the tree trunk. Gagarin blocked it with her hammer. Clang. The impact drove her feet into the stone, but she held. Is that all you got, ugly? Let me help, I muttered. I didn't want to steal her thunder, but we were on a clock. I pointed my cane at the cobblestones beneath the giant's feet. Duro. I turned the stone into stone, well, harder stone. No, wait. I needed to trap it. Transmogrifian. I targeted the giant's club, the tree trunk. The wood twisted. Branches shot out of the handle, wrapping around the giant's hands and arms like snakes. The giant roared in confusion as its own weapon grappled it. Now, Gagarin. I shouted. Thanks for the assist. She leaped into the air. Skull Crusher. She brought the hammer down on the giant's head. Splatter. The giant fell. We pushed deeper. The heat was getting worse. My Evans illusion was holding, but I could feel the mana drain. Maintaining a physical form over a skeletal body while spamming high-tier magic was taxing. We're getting close to the plaza, Hecarim panted, wiping sweat, or blood, from his eyes. He was fighting well, his dual swords a blur. The mana density is spiking. That's Jaldabaoth, I said grimly. Remember the plan. Do not engage the guy in the suit. He will turn you into a rug. Understood, Roberdic said, casting a healing spell on Imina's grazed arm. We turned the corner and entered the central plaza. The sight stopped us cold. The plaza was a circle of hell. In the center, a mountain of debris had been piled up to form a grotesque throne. And sitting on it, legs crossed, sipping a glass of wine that definitely wasn't wine, was Jaldabaoth. Demiurge. He wore a mask that looked like a jeweled insect, and his suit was a sharp, blood-red 3-piece number. His tail flicked lazily behind him. Around the plaza, hundreds of civilians were huddled in cages made of bone. Guarding them were elite demons, evil lords of wrath, summon versions, lower level, but still nasty. Welcome, heroes. Jaldabaoth's voice was smooth, cultured, and utterly terrifying. It echoed without him raising his voice. I was wondering when the insects would crawl out of the woodwork. Let them go. Lokyu stepped forward, pointing her sword at him. Your fight is with us. My fight? Jaldabaoth chuckled. My dear child, this isn't a fight. This is a harvest. I require materials. Human skin makes for excellent parchment scrolls, did you know? A collective shudder went through the group. Even Foresight, hardened criminals effectively, looked sick. He's a monster, Archie whispered, trembling. His magic, it's bottomless. Evans, Lokyus whispered to me without turning her head. We can't beat him. I can feel it. He's a god-tier threat. We don't need to beat him, I whispered back. We just need to distract him until the big gun arrives. Big gun? You'll see. For now, we dance. I stepped forward. Hey! Mask face! I shouted. Jaldabaoth turned his jeweled mask toward me. Oh. And who might you be? Your mana, it tastes different. I'm the guy who's going to ruin your suit, I said. I raised my cane. Confringo. I didn't aim at him. I aimed at the bone cages holding the civilians. The blasting curse hit the locks. Boom. The bone bars shattered. Run. I roared. Get out of here. The civilians screamed and scrambled out, running toward the exits we had cleared. Insolence, Jaldabaoth sighed. He stood up. Evil lords. Kill them. But leave the magic caster alive. I want to dissect him. 3 evil lords, massive demons wreathed in fire and shadow, stepped forward. They were level 80 summons. Way above Blue Rose's pay grade. This was bad. Demiurge was improvising too hard. Dad is going to ground you for this, I muttered under my breath. Scatter. Lokyus screamed. The plaza exploded into chaos. One evil lord charged Gagarin and the ninja twins. Another went for Evil Eye. The third one, the biggest one with a flaming sword, came straight for Lokyus and me. I'll take the right. Lokyus yelled, her sword glowing purple. Void Cutter. She swung. The beam of dark energy hit the evil lord's chest. It did nothing. The demon didn't even flinch. It backhanded her. Crack. Lokyus flew across the plaza, smashing into a fountain. The stone crumbled. Lokyus. I shouted. The demon turned to me. It raised its sword. Die, human. I'm not human, I snarled. I dropped the cane. I didn't need a focus for this. I clapped my hands together. Protego Diabolica. Blue fire, cold, necrotic fire, erupted in a ring around me. It spiraled outward, taking the shape of a dragon. The evil lord swung its sword. The blade hit the blue fire and melted. What? The demon growled. Hellfire. Soul fire, I corrected. I pushed my hands forward. The blue dragon lunged. It slammed into the evil lord, engulfing it. The demon screamed, not in pain, but in shock as the fire ate its mana. Foresight. Cover me. I yelled. Hecarim and the others jumped in. They weren't fighting the evil lord directly, they were managing the minions swarming around us. We got your back, boss. Hecarim shouted, decapitating an imp. I ran to the fountain. Lokyus was trying to stand up. Her armor was dented. Blood was pouring from a gash on her forehead, blinding one eye. She was clutching her side. I'm okay, she gasped, coughing up blood. Just, winded. You're not okay, I said, kneeling beside her. That was a high-tier physical strike. You have internal bleeding. I can heal. She tried to cast a holy spell, but her mana fizzled. Damn it. Kilaniram, it's fighting me. It senses my weakness. It wants to take over. The sword in her hand was pulsing violently. The purple aura was crawling up her arm, turning her veins black. Let go of the sword, Locus. I ordered. I can't, she cried. If I let go, it will kill everyone. I have to control it. Stubborn woman, I cursed. I looked around. The battle was turning against us. Gagarin was down. Evil Eye was pinned by suppressing fire. Jaldabaoth was watching, amused. I had to make a choice. Keep my cover, or save her. It wasn't really a choice. Sorry, Locus, I whispered. This is going to feel cold. I ripped my glove off. My hand wasn't human. It was skeletal. White, polished bone. Locus's good eye widened. She stared at the skeletal hand hovering over her wound. Evans. Shut up and heal, I growled. I placed my bony hand on her side. I didn't use Yggdrasil magic. I used Vulnera Sinenter. The song-like incantation flowed from my lips. Toe gratia iovis gratia sit cures. But I infused it with my mana. Necrotic mana. Usually, negative energy hurts the living. But I was the master of death. I could invert the polarity. I could force death to pause. The magic flowed into her. It wasn't warm like holy light. It was freezing. It felt like being plunged into an ice bath. Locus gasped, arching her back. Cold. It's so cold. Focus on the cold, I said. Let it freeze the pain. The wound knitted together. The internal bleeding stopped. The bruises faded. But more importantly, I pushed my aura into the sword. Submit. I projected the command directly into the cursed blade. Kilaniram shrieked. The purple aura shattered like glass. The black veins on Locus's arm receded instantly. I pulled my hand back. I quickly shoved the glove back on. Locus lay there, panting. She was fully healed. But she was staring at me with a look of absolute shock. Your hand. She whispered. You're a skeleton. I looked at her. The sounds of battle faded into the background. Yeah, I said. I am. An undead. Her hand drifted to her sword hilt. But she didn't draw it. Like the ones we hunt. Like the ones that hate the living. Do I look like I hate you? I asked quietly. I pointed to the civilians running to safety. I pointed to Foresight fighting desperately to protect the line. I'm fighting for this city, Locus. I'm fighting for you. Does the biology matter? She looked into my eyes, my green, human illusion eyes. She searched for the monster. She searched for the evil she had been trained to destroy. She didn't find it. She found the guy who bought rounds for the tavern. The guy who saved Archie. The guy who just healed her with the touch of the grave. Slowly, she took her hand off her sword. She reached out and touched my gloved hand. It felt cold, she said softly. But, it was gentle. I said, a lump forming in my throat, metaphorically. Watch out. Evil Eye screamed. I spun around. Jaldabaoth was bored. He had raised a finger. Hellfire wall. A wave of black fire swept toward us. It was massive. It was going to incinerate the fountain, Locus, and me. I stood up. Stay down, I told Locus. I faced the fire. I was done hiding. Nabe. I shouted into the comms. Drop the disguise. Full power. Across the plaza, Nabe, who had been fighting in the background, exploded with lightning. Real, 7th tier lightning. And I let the illusion go. The human skin melted away like wax. The black hair vanished. In the center of the plaza, Hadrian Ul gown stood revealed. A towering lich in star-woven robes, a halo of black smoke swirling around my skull, green fire blazing in my sockets. The hellfire hit me. I didn't block it. I ate it. I opened my mouth and inhaled. The fire swirled into my ribcage, absorbed by my passive immunity to fire damage, thanks to the gear Ainz gave me. I stood there, wreathed in smoke. Jaldabaoth, Demiurge, paused. He actually paused. He tilted his head. Oh. Jaldabaoth said, his voice dropping the villain act for a microsecond of genuine surprise. The prince takes the stage. The entire plaza went silent. Even the demons stopped fighting. Blue roses stared. Gagarin's jaw was on the floor. Evil Eye looked terrified. Lokyu stood up behind me. She saw my true form. The monster. Evans. She whispered. I turned my skull slightly. Name's Hadrian, I said. My voice was the deep, grinding echo of the tomb now. Hadrian Ul gown. I pointed my staff at Jaldabaoth. You're in my seat, demon. Jaldabaoth laughed. It was a rich, delighted sound. Finally. A worthy opponent. Come then, sorcerer. Let us see whose hell burns brighter. He charged. I met him in the center. It was a clash of titans. Jaldabaoth used aspect of the devil, razor claws. His nails elongated into scythes. He slashed. I blocked with the staff of the void. The impact created a shockwave that shattered every window in the square. Shoei, I whispered to him as we locked weapons. Tone it down, Demiurge. You're going to kill the hostages by accident. My apologies, Prince, Demiurge whispered back, his mask glinting. But the audience demands a spectacle. You must push me back. Show them your dominance. Fine. You asked for it. I shoved him back. Sectum Sempra Maxima. I slashed my staff. An invisible blade of force, sharp enough to cut reality, tore through the air. Demiurge didn't dodge. He took it on his arm. His suit tore. A gash opened up on his arm, he let it happen. Arg! Jaldabaoth roared dramatically. Such power! To wound a demon lord! He leaped back, landing on his throne of debris. Demons! Rally! The evil lords gathered around him. I stood alone in the center of the crater. Is that it? I boomed. I expected more from the Emperor of Hell. You are strong, Jaldabaoth admitted, clutching his arm. But you are not alone. He pointed to the sky. Look up, mortals. We looked. High above the city, two figures were descending. One was Ainz. Mammon the Dark Hero. He was riding a conjured dragon, or maybe it was Hamsuk in armor, I couldn't tell from here. But the other figure. The other figure wasn't part of the script. The sky cracked. Not metaphorically. The actual fabric of the night sky split open like a torn curtain. Gold light poured out. It wasn't the warm light of the sun. It was the blinding, sterilizing light of a supernova. A beam of light slammed into the ground between me and Jaldabaoth. The shockwave knocked everyone flat. Even Demiurge stumbled. When the dust cleared, a crater 50 feet wide had appeared. Floating in the center of the light was a being. It was humanoid, but 10 feet tall. It had 6 wings made of white fire. Its face was a featureless mask of gold. It held a spear that looked like it was made of solidified sunlight. What is that? Locuse gasped, shielding her eyes. I stared at it. My master of death senses were screaming. Divine. High tier. Construct. That, I said, my voice losing all the playfulness, is not one of ours. Demiurge stiffened. Lord Hadrian. That is a seraph. A high-tier summon. Level 90 at least. The theocracy, I realized. They escalated. The seraph turned its golden head. It didn't look at Jaldabaoth. It didn't look at the civilians. It looked at me. And then it looked up at Mammon, Ainz. Target designated, the seraph spoke. Its voice sounded like a choir of bells screaming in unison. Death God detected. Purge protocol initiated. Purge protocol. I muttered. The seraph raised its spear. The tip glowed with a light that made the demon fire look like a candle. It wasn't aiming at me. It was aiming at Mammon. Dad! I shouted. The seraph threw the spear. It moved at light speed. A beam of pure erasure. Mammon tried to block. He raised his great swords. Crack. The sword shattered. The spear hit Mammon in the chest. It didn't pierce him. It expanded. A sphere of golden light engulfed Ainz. It was a sealing spell. A world-class barrier spell. The prison of light. Mammon. Nabe screamed, forgetting her cover. The sphere shrank, compressing Ainz into a tiny point of light. Then, the seraph grabbed the sphere. Entity contained, the seraph announced. Preparing extraction. It began to ascend. It was taking him. They were kidnapping my father. The silence in the plaza was absolute. Demiurge looked paralyzed. This wasn't in the plan. The Supreme One had been captured. The NPCs were about to go into a frenzy. I felt something snap inside me. It wasn't a bone. It was the leash. The leash I kept on my power. The restraint I used to play human. The desire to be a good king. They took my dad. No, I whispered. The ground around me turned black. The cobblestones rotted instantly. The air turned to ice. No. I roared. A pillar of black mana erupted from my body. It was so dense it looked like ink. It shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. I levitated. The starcloak flapped violently. My skeletal form began to shift. Shadows wrapped around me, forming armor, forming flesh, forming a nightmare. Locuse, I said. My voice wasn't a voice anymore. It was the sound of a coffin lid sliding shut. She looked up at me, terrified. Run, I told her. I looked at the seraph ascending into the sky. You do not take what is mine. I didn't cast a spell. I launched myself. I flew upward like a black missile. The sonic boom shattered the remaining windows in the district. I collided with the seraph mid-air. I grabbed its face with one hand. I grabbed the wing with the other. We are going down, I snarled. I drove it into the ground. Boom. We crashed into the plaza. The impact created a crater that swallowed the fountain, the throne, and half the street. Dust billowed. From the crater, a golden wing was thrown out. It was torn off. Then, silence. I stood in the center of the crater, my foot on the seraph's chest. I was holding the sphere of light that contained Ainz. The seraph struggled. Error. Entity power unquantifiable. Error. I leaned down. My face was inches from its golden mask. The error, I hissed, was thinking you could touch my family. I looked at Demiurge, who was standing on the edge of the crater, looking ready to murder the world. Jaldabaoth, I commanded. Clear the city. Kill anything that isn't human. Secure the perimeter. As you command, Demiurge bowed deeply. My lord. I looked at Locuse. She was standing there, watching the monster she had fallen for holding a god under his boot. Hadrian. She whispered. I didn't answer. I didn't look back. I squeezed the sphere. Hang on, Dad, I whispered to the light. I'm going to break this thing. And then, we're going to war. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. Chapter 9, The God Killer. The sphere of light in my hand felt warm. It pulsed like a heartbeat, a tiny, contained universe holding the only family I had left in this dimension. I was standing in the center of a crater that used to be a city square, my boot resting on the shattered chest of a golden angel construct. I had won. I had the hostage. Then, the sphere blinked. It didn't fade. It didn't break. It just, blooped out of existence. 1 second I was holding my dad. The next, I was clutching empty air. Recall mechanics, I whispered. My voice sounded like gravel grinding together. I looked down at the seraph beneath my boot. The golden mask was cracked, leaking liquid light. Where? I asked. I didn't shout. Shouting implies you're losing control. I was way past losing control. I was in that cold, dead zone where the world looks like a math equation you need to solve with violence. The seraph gargled static. Return. 2. Origin. Katsa. Planes. Ritual. Complete. Then it dissolved. It turned into glitter and vanished. I stood there in the silence. The fires of the capital were still burning around me. Jaldabaoth, Demiurge, was standing on the rim of the crater, looking uncharacteristically shaken. His suit was torn, his mask was cracked, but he was alive. I looked at my hand. The hand that had failed to hold on. Demiurge, I said. The archdevil bowed instantly. Lord Hadrian. The Supreme One, his signal has moved. Teleported. Massive range. He is currently located at the Katsa Plains. The plains, I repeated. The annual war site. Yes. The Riestai's kingdom and the empire are gathering there for their skirmish. It appears the theocracy has hijacked the event. I closed my hand into a fist. The bones creaked. They took him to a war zone, I said. They want a show. They want to execute the Sorcerer King in front of the nations. I turned around. Locuse was standing there. Blue roses was gathered behind her. They looked battered, bloody, and terrified. They had seen my true form. They had seen me piledrive an angel. Locuse looked at my skeletal face. She looked at the green fire in my eyes. She didn't raise her sword, but she didn't step forward either. Evans. She started, then corrected herself. Hadrian. I have to go, I said. The masquerade is over, Locuse. I'm not an adventurer. I'm not a hero. I'm the thing that bumps back in the night. You healed me, she said, her voice trembling but firm. She took a step toward the edge of the crater. You saved the city. You saved my team. Monsters don't do that. This one does, I said. Sometimes. I looked at Demiurge. Open the gates. Demiurge paused. Which ones, my lord? The tactical squads. The Pleiades. All of them, I said. I flared my aura. The black smoke around me expanded, turning the orange firelight into twilight gloom. Empty the tomb. Wake up the floor guardians. Get Gargantua. Get the 8th floor hierarchy if they're awake. I want every single thing that can kill, maim, or destroy on the Katsa Plains in 5 minutes. That is, total war, Demiurge whispered, a shiver of delight running through his frame. The world will tremble. Let it tremble, I snarled. They took my father. I'm going to break their continent. I looked back at Lockuse one last time. Don't follow me, I warned her. Where I'm going, even the light dies. I snapped my fingers. Apparition. But not just short range. I hooked into the ley lines. I focused on the destination, the Katsa Plains. Crack. I vanished from the burning capital. The Katsa Plains were usually a foggy, miserable place where undead naturally spawned and armies went to die. Today, the fog was gone. Burned away by the sheer amount of holy magic concentrating in the center of the battlefield. I appeared in the sky, hovering about 2,000 feet up. The wind whipped my starcloak around me. I looked down. It was impressive, I'll give them that. On the left, the Riestai's kingdom's army. About 200,000 peasants with pitchforks and a few knights. Gazef Stranov was there, I could sense his warrior spirit. On the right, the Baharuth Empire. 60,000 professional knights. Jerkniv was there in his golden carriage, probably wondering why the theocracy had invited themselves to his party. And in the center. In the center was a fortress of light. The slain theocracy had set up a massive ritual circle. Thousands of white-robed casters were chanting. In the middle of the circle floated the sphere of light, the prison of light. Inside it, I could see a tiny, black speck. Ainz. He wasn't moving. His HP bar in the guild interface was slowly ticking down. They were draining him. Erasing him. Standing guard around the ritual were the Black Scripture. The elite. And hovering above them, bathed in the prayers of thousands, was a second seraph. This one wasn't like the one I fought in the capital. That one was a level 80 summon. A distraction. This one was huge. 6 wings of actual feathers, not light. A face that was beautiful and terrifying. It radiated power that made the air taste like ozone. The Seraph of the 7th Heaven. Level 100. Maybe higher. A raid boss. Okay, I muttered, gripping my staff. That's a big pigeon. I checked my own status. Mana, 80%. HP, 100%. Rage, infinite. I reached into my inventory. I pulled out a small mirror. Demiurge. Status. We are ready, my prince, Demiurge's voice came through, thick with bloodlust. The armies of Nazarick are gathered. We await your command. Drop, I said. Drop. Open the gates in the sky, I ordered. Let's make an entrance. I put the mirror away. I pointed my staff at the sky. Morsmordra. I didn't cast the standard dark mark. I poured half my mana bar into it. The sky turned black. Not night black. Void black. The sun was blotted out. Green clouds swirled, forming a skull the size of a mountain. A snake tongued out of its mouth, circling the entire battlefield. The chanting below stopped. The armies froze. 260,000 people looked up at the sky and realized they were insects. Then, the sky shattered. Dozens of gates opened in the black clouds. And the monsters began to rain. First came the Death Knights. They didn't use ropes. They just jumped. Hundreds of them, falling like meteors. They smashed into the ground, creating craters, then stood up and roared. Then the Soul Eaters. Skeletal horses breathing green fire. Then the Guardians. Shaltir fell laughing, crimson energy trailing behind her. Cocytus dropped like a block of ice, freezing the air. Aura and Mare rode 2 massive dragons. Albedo dove like a black missile, her axe ready. Seabass fell with his hands behind his back, looking calm. And finally, Gargantua. The siege golem. He was so big he didn't fit through one gate, he needed 3 combined. He fell and the impact shook the earth so hard that soldiers on both sides were knocked off their feet. I floated down slowly, centering myself amidst the chaos. The Death Knights formed a phalanx. The Guardians lined up behind me. We stood facing the Theocracy's formation. The Kingdom and Empire armies were just spectators now. They were terrified. They were watching a war of gods. A man stepped out from the Theocracy lines. He wore cardinal robes. Raymond Zard Laurent. You have come to die, abomination. Raymond shouted, his voice amplified by magic. Behold! The power of the gods. We have captured your king. Surrender, and we will grant you a swift death. I landed. My boots touched the dead grass. I looked at the sphere containing Ainz. Give him back, I said. My voice wasn't loud. But I projected it with sonorous. It carried across the plains, flat and cold. He is a stain on this world. Raymond screamed. He is death. We are purifying him. He's my dad, I said. And you're making him late for dinner. I raised my staff. Kill them all, I commanded. But leave the bird for me. By your will. The Guardians roared in unison. War began. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Shaltir blurred forward. Here I come, little humans. She hit the front line of the Theocracy paladins. It was like a blender hitting fruit. Armor, shields, bodies, it all disintegrated under her lance. Cocytus walked forward, swinging his 4 weapons. Frost aura. Every soldier within 50 feet of him froze into a solid block of ice, then shattered. Albedo flew straight for the Black Scripture. You dare touch my beloved. She was a banshee of rage. She slammed into the captain of the Black Scripture. Their weapons clashed, creating a shockwave that flattened the hill. I ignored it all. I walked toward the seraph. The giant angel looked down at me. It raised a sword made of platinum fire. Heretic, it boomed. Your soul is tainted. Prepare for judgment. I've been judged by better than you, I said. The seraph swung. A wave of holy fire, 100 feet high, rushed toward me. I didn't block. I pointed my staff. Reducto. I targeted the ground in front of the fire. The earth exploded upward, creating a wall of dirt and stone. The fire hit the dirt wall and dissipated. I ran through the dust cloud. Apparition. I appeared on the seraph's shoulder. Hello. I drove my staff into its joint. Defindo. I cast a severing charm. It cut through the mana feathers, but the armor underneath was hard. Divine class. Get off. The seraph pulsed with light. Holy shock. It blasted me off. I flew back, tumbling in the air. Wingardium Leviosa. I caught myself, levitating. Tanky, I noted. High resistance to magic. High physical defense. Regeneration. The seraph lunged, thrusting its sword. It was fast for something that size. I dodged. The sword cut the air where I had been, the heat singing my robes. Hadrian. A voice echoed in my head. It was Ainz via the guild link. Hadrian. Run. That is a raid boss. You cannot solo it. Get the Guardians. I'm a little busy, Dad. I shouted back, rolling under a massive fist. And the Guardians are busy eating the church choir. I looked at the seraph. Normal spells weren't working well. It had high-tier immunity. Okay, I said. Let's try the forbidden curriculum. I landed on the ground. The seraph was diving at me. I holstered my staff. I held out my hands. Pyre Totem Locomotor. I shouted the spell. But I didn't target statues. I targeted the battlefield. The Katsa Plains were a graveyard. For centuries, armies had fought here. Under the soil, there were millions of bones. Weapons. Armor. Wake up. I screamed. I command you. Wake up and fight. The ground rumbled. It cracked. It wasn't a few skeletons rising. The entire plain erupted. A tidal wave of bones rose up. Millions of them. They swirled together, fusing, snapping, locking. They formed a massive shape. A hand. A giant, skeletal hand the size of a skyscraper. Catch, I said. The bone hand shot up and grabbed the seraph out of the air. The angel roared, thrashing. It burned the bones with holy fire, but there were too many. The hand squeezed. Release me. No. I flew up. I hovered eye level with the trapped angel. You like holy magic? I asked. You like light? I reached into my inventory. I pulled out a small stone. A black stone with a crack down the middle. The resurrection stone. In my world, it brought back shadows. Here. It was a conduit to the void. Let's see how you handle the dark. I pressed the stone against my staff. Avada. I hesitated. The killing curse. Unblockable. Instant. But against a construct. It might not work. It severed the soul from the body. Does a construct have a soul? This thing was summoned. It had a core. A divine battery. Target the battery, I whispered. I changed the spell. Expelliarmus. But I poured my Master of Death essence into it. I didn't want to disarm its sword. I wanted to disarm its existence. A red beam, thick as a tree trunk, shot from my staff. It hit the seraph in the chest. The impact was silent. Then, the seraph's armor cracked. The golden light inside turned gray. System error. Mana drain detected. I'm not draining you, I said, pushing harder. The green fire in my eyes turned white. I'm rejecting you. Go back to heaven. The bone hand squeezed harder. The seraph's form began to flicker. But then, a beam of light shot from the ground. Cardinal Raymond. He was chanting. He held the downfall of castle and country, the world item. Capture him. Raymond screamed. Capture the air. The world item targeted me. I felt it. A mental hook slamming into my brain. Obey. Submit. Sleep. My vision blurred. The spell wavered. The seraph broke free, shattering the bone hand. It punched me. Crack. I flew downward. I hit the ground hard enough to make a crater. My ribs shattered again. My HP dropped to 40%. I lay there in the dirt. My head was spinning. The world item was clawing at my mind. Sleep. Sleep. Hadrian. Shaltir screamed from across the battlefield. She was trying to get to me, but the black scripture captain was blocking her. I looked up. The seraph was descending. It raised its sword to finish me. And behind it, the ritual was accelerating. Ainz's sphere was shrinking. Hadrian. Ainz's voice was weak. It's okay. Run. Save yourself. I closed my eyes. Run. I thought about the cupboard under the stairs. I thought about running from Dudley. I thought about running from snatchers. I was done running. No, I whispered. I reached for the magic deep inside me. Not the Yggdrasil magic. Not the Hogwarts magic. The magic that brought me here. The magic of the Hallows. I had the cloak, on my back. I had the stone, in my pocket. I had the wand, the staff of void was crafted from elder wood. I united them. Master of death, I rasped. A pulse of cold air exploded from my body. The world item's influence shattered. It didn't just break, it snapped back. Raymond screamed. The dress on the user of the world item disintegrated. The user, Lady Care, coughed blood and collapsed. I stood up. My HP didn't refill. My bones didn't knit. But I didn't feel pain anymore. I was a vessel. The seraph swung its sword. I caught it. I caught the massive blade of holy fire with my bare hand. The fire touched my skin and turned black. Impossible, the seraph droned. Attribute error. I am the error, I said. I squeezed. The platinum sword shattered. I floated up. I didn't fly. Gravity just decided it didn't apply to me anymore. I drifted toward the seraph. You tried to erase my father, I said. My voice echoed from the clouds, from the ground, from the dead soldiers. So I will erase your God. I raised my staff. The goal of all life is death. I triggered Ainz' trump card skill. But I combined it. Avada Kedavra. A clock face appeared behind me. But instead of ticking down from 12, it had no numbers. It was just a circle of green fire. I cast the spell. A wave of green light washed over the battlefield. It didn't explode. It just passed through everything. It passed through the seraph. It passed through the ritual barrier. It passed through the prison of light. Everything went silent. The seraph froze. Its golden wings turned gray. Its armor rusted instantly. Its eyes went dark. It crumbled. Not into light, but into dust. Ash. It died. A construct that cannot die, died. The barrier around the ritual disintegrated. And the prison of light, it popped like a soap bubble. Ainz fell out. He hit the ground. He was small, unarmored, just a skeleton in rags. But he was free. I lowered my hand. The clock faded. I fell out of the sky. The adrenaline crash hit me like a train. I landed next to Ainz. He looked up at me. He saw the gray dust raining down around us. He saw the seraph gone. He saw the theocracy army running in terror because their god just turned into dandruff. Hadrian. Ainz whispered. You combined a Tgolid with an instant death spell. That is cheating. I laughed. It hurt my ribs. I learned from the best, Dad. I offered him a hand. He took it. He stood up. He summoned his armor. He summoned his staff. The Overlord was back. He looked at the fleeing theocracy forces. He looked at the black scripture retreating. They run, Ainz said. His voice was deathly calm. Let them run, I said, leaning on my staff. They need to tell the world what happened here. Ainz turned to the other armies. The kingdom and the empire. Gazef Stranov was staring at us, pale as a sheet. Jerkniv was hiding in his carriage. What do we do with them? Ainz asked. Witnesses. We make a statement, I said. I amplified my voice again. Listen to me. The battlefield went quiet. Even the wind stopped. The slain theocracy attacked us. I shouted. They summoned a monster to kill a king. We defended ourselves. I pointed at the empire. Jerkniv. You saw it. You saw their treachery. Jerkniv slowly stepped out of his carriage. He was shaking. He nodded frantically. I saw it. The empire stands with the sorcerer king. Smart man. He knew if he didn't agree, he was next. I pointed at the kingdom. Gazef. You saw it too. Gazef rode his horse forward. He stopped 10 feet away. He looked at Ainz, then at me. I saw, Gazef said heavily. You fought a god. And you won. Go home, I told him. Take your men. Tell your king. The sorcerer kingdom is sovereign. We do not want war. But if you bring it to us, we will finish it. Gazef bowed. A low, respectful bow. I will tell him. He turned his horse. Riestei's army. Retreat. The kingdom army broke. They ran. They didn't march, they fled. The Empire army followed suit, Jerknev practically screaming at his driver to go faster. We were alone on the plains. Just me, Ainz, and the forces of Nazarick. The guardians gathered around us. Albedo was crying, hugging Ainz's leg. Shaltir was kneeling, looking ashamed she hadn't been faster. We won, Ainz said, looking at his hands. But, it was close. Too close, I agreed. We need to get stronger. Stronger? Ainz looked at me. You just one-shot a raid boss. Yeah, I looked at my staff. The wood was cracked. The spell had been too much for it. But I broke my wand. And I nearly broke myself. I looked at the horizon. The sun was setting, turning the sky blood red. The theocracy isn't done, I said. They have other toys. And now they know who we are. Then we will be ready, Ainz said. He put a hand on my shoulder. My son. I leaned into his touch. I was exhausted. I wanted to sleep for a week. Let's go home, Dad, I said. I'm starving. And by starving, I mean I need a mana potion the size of a bucket. Ainz laughed. It was a good sound. Demiurge. Ainz commanded. Open a gate. We returned to Nazarick victorious. As we walked through the portal, I looked back at the pile of ash that used to be a seraph. The world had changed today. The players knew we were here. The game was over. The war had begun. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, Master of Death. The silence that follows a god dying is loud. It's not just a lack of noise, it's a pressure vacuum. The air itself feels stunned, like it forgot how to carry sound waves because the thing that was vibrating the atmosphere with holy frequencies just got deleted from the server. I stood there, boots deep in the gray ash that used to be a seraph of the seventh heaven. My chest was heaving. Not because I needed oxygen, perks of being a skeleton in a skin suit, but because the adrenaline dump was hitting me like a freight train. My mana bar was flashing red. My HP was sitting comfortably in the one hit and you're dead zone. My staff, the staff of the void, was cracked down the middle, the elder wood splintered from channeling a spell that shouldn't exist. Hadrian. The voice was shaky. I turned. Ainz Olgaun, the supreme overlord, the ruler of death, and my dad, was standing there. He looked small. He wasn't buffed. He wasn't floating. He was just a skeleton in fancy robes who had just spent the last 20 minutes being digested by a holy prison. Dad, I croaked. My voice was wrecked. You okay? Ainz took a step forward. Then another. Then he broke into a run, or as much of a run as an overlord can manage without looking undignified. He grabbed my shoulders. His bony fingers dug into my robes. You idiot, Ainz said. The red flames in his eyes were flickering wildly. You absolute, reckless idiot. You fought a raid boss solo. You combined a world-class skill with a foreign instant death mechanic. You could have erased your own code. I had it calculated, I lied. I totally didn't. I winged it. Besides, they took you. What was I supposed to do? Send a sternly worded letter? Ainz stared at me. The green aura of emotional suppression flashed around him, forcibly calming him down. Once, twice, 3 times. He was freaking out. "You saved me," Ainz said finally, his voice dropping to a whisper. I was helpless. The item. Downfall of castle and country. It bypassed my immunities. I couldn't move. I couldn't cast. I just watched. "Well, you're out now," I said, patting his arm. "And the bird is dead. So, score 1 for the bad guys. Lord Ainz. Lord Hadrian." The shout came from the sky. Albedo descended like a black comet. She hit the ground so hard she cracked the bedrock, ignoring the fact that she was wearing a dress. She didn't even look at the battlefield. She lunged at Ainz. "Ainz Sama." She was crying. Actual tears running down her flawless face. "You are safe. I thought. She hugged him. If Ainz had skin, he would have blushed. As it was, his jaw clicked open in surprise. "Albedo, I am fine," Ainz patted her head awkwardly. "Hadrian handled it. Lord Hadrian." Albedo spun on me. I flinched, expecting a lecture. Instead, she grabbed my face with both hands. "You were magnificent. The way you tore the wings off that filth. The way you crushed it. It was the most romantic violence I have ever seen." Thanks, Mom, Albedo," I mumbled, pulling away. "But we're not done yet." I pointed my cracked staff toward the horizon. The slain theocracy's army was retreating. They were running. The Black Scripture, the Cardinals, the thousands of summoners, they were scrambling over the hills, trying to put as much distance between them and the demon gods as possible. "They're getting away," I said. The cold anger was back. It seeped into my bones, overriding the exhaustion. "They came here to execute you, Dad. They don't get to just walk home because their toy broke." Ainz looked at the retreating army. The fatherly concern vanished, replaced by the cold, calculating gaze of the guild master. "You are right," Ainz said. "Nazarick does not forgive. And we certainly do not forget." He raised his staff, the staff of Ainz' old gown, which Albedo had brought him. The golden serpents on it writhed. "I have enough mana for 1 super-tier spell," Ainz said. "But the casting time is long." "I'll buy you time," I said. "Or rather, I'll amplify it." "Amplify?" "You cast the summoning," I said, a vicious idea forming in my head. "I'll cast the fuel." Ainz looked at me, then nodded. He understood. We were on the same wavelength. "Guardians." Ainz' voice boomed, amplified by magic. "Form a perimeter. Do not let the kingdom or the empire interfere. I am about to offer a sacrifice to the black goats." Albedo, Shaltir, Cositus, Aura, Mare, and Seabass formed a defensive ring around us. They looked ready to murder anything that moved. Ainz began to chant. "Ia. Ia. Shub Nigurath." The sky, which was already dark from my Morsmordra spell earlier, turned a sickly, bruised purple. A massive magic circle expanded across the plains, covering the retreating theocracy forces. Usually, this spell kills a specific number of targets, around 70,000, and uses their deaths to summon the dark young, massive Lovecraftian goats. But I wasn't going to let it be just a normal summon. I stepped into Ainz' circle. I grabbed his free hand. "Combined magic," I whispered. "Metamagic enhancement, Fiendfire." I poured my remaining mana, the dirty, chaotic, intent-based mana of the Master of Death, into his spell matrix. Fiendfire is cursed fire. It's living fire. It consumes everything and turns it into ash and monsters. The black goo of Ainz' spell mixed with the roaring orange and black flames of my magic. The result was a nightmare. The spell didn't just kill the soldiers. It incinerated them. The black cyclone swept over the theocracy's rear guard. Screams were cut short as thousands of men were vaporized instantly. And then, the summoning triggered. From the black sky, massive shapes fell. Splack. 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 The dark young. 5 of them. They were huge, mountains of flesh and tentacles and bleeding mouths. But because of my infusion, they weren't just flesh. They were on fire. Their tentacles were whips of fiend fire. Their eyes glowed with the emerald green of the killing curse. They roared, and the sound wasn't a bleat, it was the sound of a blast furnace. Go, Ainz commanded, pointing his staff at the fleeing cardinals. My cute goats. Trample them. The flaming dark young charged. They moved with terrifying speed for things that size. They crashed into the retreating army like bowling balls into pins. It wasn't a battle. It was a harvest. We watched as the theocracy's elite forces were crushed, burned, and eaten. The Black Scripture managed to escape, they used high-tier teleportation items, but their army? Their pride? Gone. That, I said, leaning heavily on my staff, is a statement. Indeed, Ainz agreed, lowering his hand. The spell ended. The goats vanished, leaving behind scorched earth and silence. Now. We deal with the witnesses. We turned around. The armies of the Riestai's kingdom and the Baharuth Empire were still there. They hadn't run far. They were paralyzed by fear. They had just watched us summon burning god monsters. Let's go say hello, I said. We didn't walk. Ainz cast fly. We drifted over the battlefield, landing right between the two armies. The guardians landed behind us in a V formation. On the left, Gazef Stronov stood with his men. He looked pale, gripping his sword so hard his knuckles were white. On the right, Emperor Jerkniv was standing outside his carriage. He was surrounded by his 4 knights, but even they looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. Gentlemen, Ainz said. His voice was calm, regal. The voice of a king. I apologize for the interruption of your annual skirmish. As you can see, we had a pest control issue. Jerkniv stepped forward. He was trembling, but he held his ground. You had to give the guy credit for guts. Lord Gaun, Jerkniv said, bowing low. We witnessed the treachery of the slain theocracy. To attack a sovereign ruler during a parley, it is unforgivable. Sovereign ruler, I repeated, stepping up beside Ainz. I let my skeletal face show clearly. I like the sound of that. So, the Empire recognizes the Sorcerer Kingdom? Jerkniv looked at me. He looked at the smoking crater where the Seraph used to be. He looked at the scorched earth where 60,000 theocracy soldiers just died. The Empire, Jerkniv announced loudly, so his men could hear, recognizes the Sorcerer Kingdom of Nazarick as an independent nation. We formally request an alliance. Smart man, I grinned. We accept. I turned to Gazef. The warrior captain was looking at Ainz. There was no fear in his eyes, only sadness. Warrior captain, Ainz said softly. You have seen our power. Do you wish to fight? Gazef shook his head. No, Lord Gaun. To fight you would be suicide. And I do not throw my men's lives away. Then kneel, Albedo hissed, stepping forward with her axe. Show respect to the Supreme One. Gazef looked at Albedo, then back at Ainz. I cannot kneel, Gazef said. I serve King Ramposa III. My knees belong to him. But I acknowledge your strength. And I acknowledge your mercy in sparing us. Albedo snarled, ready to charge. Stop, Ainz commanded. He looked at Gazef. I respect your loyalty, Stronov. It is rare. Go back to your king. Tell him what happened here. Tell him that Irantal is now ours. Irantal? Gazef blinked. But that is a fortress city of the kingdom. It was, I corrected. Now it's our capital. We saved it from Jaldabaoth. We saved it from the theocracy. It belongs to us by right of conquest and protection. Tell your king to evacuate his nobles. The citizens can stay if they want. We need taxpayers. Gazef hesitated. Losing Irantal was a massive blow. But looking at the monsters behind us, he knew he had no choice. I will deliver the message, Gazef said. He bowed, a waist bow, respectful but not submissive. Farewell, Lord Gaun. Lord Hadrian. He mounted his horse. Kingdom army. Retreat. We are going home. The kingdom forces turned and marched away. You could practically hear the collective sigh of relief from 200,000 peasants. Jerknev walked up to us. Lord Gaun, he said, his voice oily with diplomacy. If you are taking Irantal, perhaps the Empire can assist with the transition. Administrative support. Supplies. We have everything we need, I said, cutting him off. But we'll take trade agreements. Don't think we don't know you sent those workers to rob us, Jerknev. Jerknev froze. His face went gray. I. Relax, I laughed, clapping a hand on his shoulder. My metal gauntlet clanked against his expensive armor. I kept the workers. They work for me now. So, thanks for the gift. Just don't try to stab us in the back again. Next time, I won't use goats. I'll use dragons. Jerknev swallowed hard. Understood. The Empire is your faithful friend. Good. Now get out of here. We have a city to claim. The sun was setting as the armies cleared out. The Katsa plains were quiet again, save for the wind whistling through the ribcages of the dead. We did it, Ainz said, looking at his hands. We actually did it. We have a nation. Phase 1 complete, I said, sitting down on a large rock. My legs felt like jelly. Now comes the hard part. Paperwork. Lord Hadrian. A voice called out from the edge of the battlefield. I looked up. Running toward us, stumbling over the uneven ground, was a group of adventurers. Blue roses. Lockuse was in the lead. She was still covered in blood and soot from the capital battle. She must have followed us immediately. The guardians tensed up. Shaltir stepped forward, her lance materializing. Insects approaching, Shaltir hissed. Shall I kill them, my love? No, I said, standing up. Stand down, Shaltir. They're with me. I walked toward them. Lockuse stopped 10 feet away. Evil Eye, Gagarin, and the twins stood behind her, weapons sheathed but hands ready. They looked at the guardians, literal monsters of legend, and then at me. I was still in my true form. A skeleton in star robes, green fire eyes, black smoke aura. There was no Evans mask. Lockuse looked me up and down. She looked at the cracked staff. She looked at the crater behind me. You won, she said breathless. We won, I corrected. You're really one of them, she said, gesturing to Ainz and the guardians. The Sorcerer King's son. Yeah, I said. Hadrian ul Gaun. Undead. Monster. Enemy of humanity, technically. I waited. This was the moment. The breakup. The, I can't love a monster, speech. I braced myself for it. Lockuse took a deep breath. She stepped forward. She walked right up to me. She was close enough that I could smell the sweat and iron on her armor. She reached out and took my hand. My skeletal, bony hand. She didn't flinch. You saved Irantal, she said. You saved my team. You saved me. You healed me when you didn't have to. I have a savior complex, I joked weakly. It's a bad habit. Shut up, she said softly. She squeezed my hand. I don't care about the bones, Hadrian. I care about the man who held back the fire. She looked back at her team. Evil Eye was shaking her head, but she wasn't attacking. Gagrin gave a thumbs up. Blue Roses walks a grey path, Lokyu said, turning back to me. We fight for the kingdom, but we know the kingdom is rotting. If you are going to rule Irantal. I am, I said. Then rule it well, she said fiercely. Show them that monsters can be better kings than humans. Prove me right. Is that a challenge? It's a promise, she smiled. A tired, beautiful smile. I'll be watching you, Prince of Darkness. Don't make me regret this. I won't, I said. I raised her hand and kissed it, or, well, pressed my teeth to her knuckles. It was surprisingly tender. Go back to the capital, I told her. Rest. I'll call you when the city is secure. You better, she said. She turned and walked back to her team. They retreated into the twilight. I stood there watching her go. My son, Ainz said, walking up behind me. You have interesting taste in women. She has a cursed sword and tries to kill demons for a living, I said. She's perfect. Albedo is jealous, Ainz whispered. Albedo is always jealous, I whispered back. True. The next day. Irantal. The occupation was bloodless. When an army of death knights marches up to your gate led by a literal god who just nuked a neighboring country, you don't fight. You open the doors and hope he's in a good mood. We walked down the main street of Irantal. Me, Ainz, and the floor guardians. The citizens were hiding in their homes, peeking through shutters. They were terrified. They fear us, Ainz noted. It will be hard to govern a city paralyzed by terror. Give it time, I said. Fear turns to respect if the trains run on time and the bandits disappear. We reached the mayor's residence. Or rather, the former mayor. He had fled. We walked into the main hall. It wasn't the throne room of Nazarick, but it would do. Ainz sat on a heavy wooden chair at the end of the hall. He looked at it critically. A bit rustic. We'll redecorate, I said. The doors opened. A group of humans walked in. They were wearing black uniforms with the crest of Ainz' old gown. Foresight. Hecarin, Imina, Roberdic, and Archie. They knelt before us. Lord Hadrian, Hecarin said. We have secured the Adventurers Guild. The guild master has agreed to cooperate. The remaining adventurers are hesitant, but they are staying. Good work, I said. Archie stepped forward. She looked healthy. Confident. The slave collar was gone, I had removed it the night before. She stayed because she wanted to. My lord, Archie said. My sisters, they arrived in Carne village this morning. Seabass sent word. They are safe. Excellent, I nodded. Take the rest of the day off, Archie. Go see them. She looked up, tears in her eyes. Thank you. I will return by dawn. I have duties. Go, I waved her off. She ran out. I looked at the guardians lining the walls. Cocytus, Demiurge, Mare, Aura, Shaltir, Albedo. They were beaming. Demiurge, I said. Yes, my prince. The demon stepped forward. You look smug. What's on your mind? Demiurge adjusted his glasses. I was merely reflecting on the brilliance of Lord Ainz' 10,000-year plan. To use the theocracy's attack as a catalyst to instantly legitimize our nation, to bait the seraph to test Lord Hadrian's growth, it was flawless. Ainz froze. Ah. Yes. The plan. The 10,000-year plan. It is, proceeding. I stifled a laugh. Ainz kicked my shin under the table. We have a lot of work to do, I said, addressing the room. We need to rewrite the laws. We need to integrate the races. We need to set up schools for magic that isn't trash tier. And we need to prepare for the theocracy's retaliation, Ainz added darkly. They lost a battle. They will want a war. Let them come, Shaltir said, licking her lips. I didn't get to kill enough of them this time. Next time, Shaltir, I promised. Next time you can lead the charge. Later that night. The celebrations were dying down. The NPCs were partying in Nazarick, but Ainz and I stayed in Irantal. We stood on the balcony of the mayor's palace, looking out over the silent city. The moon was full. It bathed the slate roofs in silver light. It's quiet, Ainz said. Peace usually is, I said. I leaned on the railing. My ribs were finally healed. My mana was back to full. You know, I said. Back in my old world. I saved the world when I was 17. Then I became a cop. Then I died old and bored. Ainz looked at me. And here? Here, I looked at my skeletal hands. I'm a monster. I'm a tyrant, technically. I just helped you slaughter an army. Does it bother you? It should, I admitted. But, those guys were trying to kill you. And they were going to wipe out everyone who wasn't human. So, no. It doesn't bother me. I turned to him. I think I found my purpose, Dad. Oh. This world is broken, I said. The strong eat the weak. The nobles treat peasants like dirt. The theocracy treats non-humans like vermin. It's a mess. I gestured to the city. We're going to fix it. We're going to build a kingdom where it doesn't matter if you're a goblin, a human, or a skeleton. If you follow the laws, you are safe. That's the goal. Ainz nodded slowly. A utopia. Eternal prosperity for the Sorcerer Kingdom. Exactly. And if anyone tries to stop us. I tapped the new staff I was crafting, a fusion of Yggdrasil metal and the core of the dead seraph. We'll show them why you don't mess with the Gown family. Ainz laughed. He put his arm around my shoulder. I am glad you are here, Hadrian. Doing this alone, it would have been lonely. You're never alone, Dad, I said. We're a package deal. I looked up at the moon. Somewhere out there, the Platinum Dragon Lord was probably watching. The theocracy was plotting. The other nations were panicking. The game was over. The tutorial was finished. Now, we played for keeps. Ready for Act 2? I asked. Ainz' flames flared bright red. Always.